Chapter 1681. The two people who were truly in love sat so close that even their skin was attracted to each other. Every cell in his body was clamoring to get closer and closer. Hu Xiaoheng felt that all the training he had received in resisting seduction in his life had been wasted. His strong willpower was like a building that was about to collapse, on the verge of collapse. Gu Nianji also had a hard time enduring it. She had never received that kind of training. Right now, she was a person made of snow. If the hot flames from Hu Xiaoheng's side got any closer, she would melt into water and collapse. The room was unprecedentedly quiet. Both of them seemed to be able to hear the sound of time. Minutes and seconds passed by like a white steed. They thought that it had been a long time, like an eternity, but in reality, it had only been a few minutes when there was a soft click from the door of the suite. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly came to his senses and moved to the side. He smiled faintly and said, "Miss Gu, have you agreed to my pursuit?" Gu Nianji also came to her senses after a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. She gritted her teeth secretly and thought to herself that this person could still pretend. The thrill just now seemed like she was just imagining things. However, on second thought, in this environment, it was impossible even if she wanted to acknowledge him. That would only put the two of them in an even more dangerous environment. She couldn't blame Hu Xiaoheng. She was the one who had lost her composure. Gu Nianji reflected on herself, and her face quickly turned as cold as ice. She turned her head and frowned. Who agreed to it? Don't add to the drama. There's no such thing. I'm here to see young Master He. If you're here to see young Master He too, sit over there. Don't squeeze on the sofa with me. It'll make people think that your motives are impure. As soon as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open. He Qingjian's personal secretary stood at the door and raised an eyebrow. The anti-chemical defense team just sent a message. They didn't find anything in that ward for the time being. Our chief wants to invite Mr. Peter over to talk. Gu Nianji calmed down and turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng teasingly. Mr. Peter, your idea isn't good. Think about it again and give General He more ideas. She made an okay gesture with her hand. Her eyes curved, and her smile was even more dazzling than a begonia in spring. Hu Xiaoheng looked away with difficulty. He also wanted to keep his distance from Gu Nianji for the time being. He had almost failed just now. I'll go take a look, but I can't help much. I don't know much about this area, he said politely as he stood up. His tall frame blocked the lights in the living room and cast a shadow on Gu Nianji, completely covering her. In a place where he couldn't see, Gu Nianji quietly stretched out her hand and clenched it into a fist, as though she wanted to grab the shadow. How she wished she could become Hu Xiaoheng's shadow. That way, she could be like his shadow and follow him wherever he went. She wouldn't be separated from him, nor would she disappear. However, he wouldn't have to worry about taking care of her either. That way, no one would be able to separate them. Unfortunately, this was only a fantasy. Hu Xiaoheng followed He Qingjian's personal secretary out and closed the door. Gu Nianji glanced at the door blankly, then quickly lowered her head to look at her phone screen. She had lost consciousness just now, so she didn't even know what message she had sent. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jin. He sent a series of question marks. Gu Nianji smiled and happily sent a message to Lu Jin. Something happened just now. I was distracted. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, then when will you be back? Gu Nianji, her fingers flew as she replied, I'll be able to go home when young Master He wakes up. Lu Jin was instantly angry. What if he doesn't wake up? Then wouldn't you never be able to go home? That old man He Qingjian is going too far. Lu Jin was very sensitive when it came to matters regarding his daughter. He didn't have the typical symptoms of a patient with severe interpersonal disorder at all. Gu Nianji's sweet smile turned into a bitter one. She thought for a moment and tried to change the topic. But young master, his situation is really strange. I looked at the surveillance video in that ward. There was nothing unusual, but he suddenly fainted. Lu Jin was so angry that he slammed the table. He shouted indignantly, "He Ji-chu fainted, and he Qingjian wanted to keep my daughter there. Wasn't he planning to let my daughter continue making medicine?" Unfortunately, there was no one else in the room, and no one heard him speak. He was the only one who vented his anger. Lu Jin was angry for a while, but he swallowed his anger and sent a message to Gu Nianji: "No one can faint for no reason. If he's unconscious, there must be a reason. Have they found out what the reason is?" According to Lu Jin's nature, he wouldn't care even if He Ji-chu died in front of him. He had treated He Ji-chu because, on one hand, he didn't want to hurt Qin Suwen because of the loss of her son. On the other hand, it was because he was very interested in the treatment method that Qin Yaguang had proposed. It had aroused his great interest in scientific research, and that was why he had devoted himself to it. If He Qingjian had used this method at the time, Lu Jin would have rather been shot than saved. He was stubborn. When he lost his temper, even the most powerful tension machine wouldn't be able to pull him back, let alone 10 cows. But now that his precious daughter was in someone else's hands, if he didn't care, it would be his precious daughter who would be hurt. That was his sore spot, his sore spot. Gu Nianji didn't hear Lu Jin's angry voice, but Lu Jin replied after a while. She knew that Lu Jin must be angry. Who wouldn't be angry when He Qingjian did this? But she couldn't resist. Seeing that Lu Jin had replied, Gu Nianji quickly said, "It's because we haven't found out the reason that I find it strange. Mr. Peter is also here." According to his observation, it wasn't affected by drugs, but it might have something to do with airborne transmission. I was wondering if it was a bacterial virus or something. They can all be transmitted through the air. General, he sent the chemical defense team to the ward to collect evidence, but they just received news that they didn't find anything. In other words, they didn't collect any residual information about viruses and bacteria. Gu Nianji replied to many messages in one go and waited anxiously for Lu Jin's reply. The first thing Lu Jin thought of was bacteria and viruses. Although these things were small, they were pervasive and could cause many unimaginable consequences. However, Gu Nianji said that He Qingjian had already sent the chemical defense team to investigate, but there was still no result. If it wasn't bacteria and viruses, then what was it? Lu Jin thought about it for a while and replied, "What about that surveillance video? Can I take a look at it?" Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. She shared her cloud account with Lu Jin so that he could see the surveillance video. The surveillance video was the surveillance video that came with the ward. The resolution wasn't high. She could only see the rough figures and movements of a few people. Their expressions were slightly blurry, just like the images from the color television sets with low resolution in the last century. Gu Nianji couldn't help but complain. The Qin Corporation's private hospital claims to be rich and imposing. They charge so much, but the surveillance is so crude. They aren't even willing to install a high-resolution camera. Lu Jin scoffed and replied, "The Qin Corporation's private hospital is essentially a for-profit hospital. Their goal is not to treat patients and save people, but to make a profit. Treating patients and saving people is their way of making a profit. Don't think that just because it has the word hospital in its name, it will have the heart of a doctor. For private hospitals, that doesn't exist. They only recognize money." Gu Nianji hissed and shook her head. She didn't know much about this, so it wasn't convenient for her to comment. Lu Jin was going to look at the surveillance video, so he replied to Gu Nianji, "I'll go see what's going on with that video. Don't worry. Even if He Ji-chu doesn't wake up, I'll let you go home." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he cut off Gu Nianji's secret connection. He turned on his mainframe, which was comparable to the Huaxia Empire's central control system, and began to analyze the surveillance video. Since it wasn't bacteria or viruses, then it had to be something else. There were many mediums that could be transmitted through the air, and each of them could cause He Zhichu to fall unconscious. But at the same time, the other two people were safe and sound. That was interesting. No, that wasn't right. Gu Nianji had said that Qin Yaoguang had also fainted later. A little later than He Zhichu. What was the reason? Lu Jin slowed down the surveillance video like Gu Nianji and watched it frame by frame. However, he was also analyzing a large amount of data at the same time. Gu Nianji was using He Zhichu's laptop. Although that laptop had excellent performance, it couldn't compare to Lu Jin's extremely powerful supercomputer. This was a computer that Lu Jin had built himself. Even the chip had been designed by himself. It was 100,000 ET hashes ahead of the most powerful computer on the market. ASAC the distance of the minor chip. However, even with such a powerful computer analysis system, it took him nearly 4 hours to find a clue. This was today's second update, Chapter 1670, Reverse Scale and 7 inches. May's double monthly votes would be on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and vote. Don't keep the monthly votes until the end of the month. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1682. In Lu Jin's private laboratory, the entire wall was filled with computer screens of all sizes. Over the years, the equipment in this private laboratory had followed him wherever he went. He sat in front of the console in the middle of the room, his fingers still typing on the keyboard. He continuously refined the resolution of the surveillance video, and at the same time, analyzed all kinds of physical data. Because Gu Nianji had said that He Qingjin's anti-chemical defense team had not found any remnants of bacteria or viruses, Lu Jin did not waste time investigating the chemical aspect. Instead, he directly analyzed it from the physical aspect. The reason for He Zhichu's sudden coma was not because he had a relapse of his old illness, nor was it because he had been infected by an unknown bacteria or virus. That left only a physical blow. Lu Jin's data analysis was also based on physics. The electromagnetic and optical reactions in the video, as well as the length, width, and height of the physical world, plus time, could be analyzed in 4 dimensions. Such a complicated analysis would take a long time. 4 hours later, the data analysis of the entire video was completed. On the big green screen in the studio, the Snow White ward was no longer a ward in reality, but a ward that had been structured by data. The entire scene was like a 3-dimensional analytical geometry drawn by a computer. The 3-dimensional structure of the ward could not hide from his analysis, and the truth of all the conspiracies was revealed. After Gu Nianji sent the shared cloud account to Lu Jin, she couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep on the sofa in the living room outside He Zhichu's bedroom. When she woke up, Hua Xiaoheng had already returned. He was sitting beside her and gently covering her with his coat. Gu Nianji opened her eyes in the darkness and quietly looked at him. Her eyes were black and white, and her pupils were extremely black. The whites of her eyes were even a little blue, and they were as bright as the most transparent glass. Her eyes, which had just woken up, were still filled with laziness and trance that she couldn't hide in time. She blinked and slowly reached out to touch Hua Xiaoheng's cheek. She murmured. "Major General Hua, is that you? I had a dream again. I dreamed that I was home with you." Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and covered her with his coat. He said lightly, "I'm sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else." Gu Nianji. Sitting up on the sofa, she pushed Hua Xiaoheng's coat away and curled up in a corner of the sofa to sulk. Hua Xiaoheng didn't comfort her. He continued to hold his coat and sat quietly on the other end of the sofa. He stared at the wall-mounted TV on the opposite wall. At that moment, Lu Jin called. It was a video call invitation. Gu Nianji looked down, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She quickly ended the call. Before she could send a text message, Lu Jin's text message had already arrived. Answer the phone. Don't be afraid. I've already hacked into the He family security system. Gu Nianji, Yu's mood immediately improved. Lu Jin had already hacked into the He family security system. What was there for her to be afraid of? Gu Nianji happily accepted the video call and called out coquettishly. Dad. Lu Jin was elated when he heard this. He quickly said as if he was presenting a treasure, go and lock the door of this room. Daddy will show you the tricks. Gu Nianji quickly agreed and got up to lock the door to He Jichu's living room. As Gu Nianji walked towards the sofa, she pointed out, Dad, Mr. Peter is also in this room. Can you see him? If Lu Jin had hacked into the He family security system, then Lu Jin should be able to see everything in this room. Actually, the surveillance cameras in He Jichu's room were not connected to the security system of the He family's mansion. They were in his own hands. This time, because he had suddenly fallen unconscious, He Qingjian had connected the security surveillance system of the mansion to He Jichu's suite so that he could check on He Jichu's condition at any time. Although Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were alone in this room, they didn't dare to say a word because of this reason. Lu Jin had said that he had hacked into the He family security system, which meant that the entire He family security system was under his control. He could show whatever he wanted to the people watching the surveillance. If they didn't come to check it themselves, they wouldn't know what was going on in this room. Therefore, Lu Jin asked Gu Nianji to lock the door so that she could have some undisturbed time. It was 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was the most sleepy. Most people probably wouldn't disturb them at this time. Lu Jin said resentfully, I know he's here. Humph. Fortunately, he still has the rules. If he dares to take advantage of you while you're asleep, I can make him a eunuch immediately. Gu Nianji, Lu Jin's voice was very loud. Gu Nianji held her phone, and the sound leaked through her fingers. Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened, and he frowned unhappily. Gu Nianji was secretly pleased and deliberately said, Dad, you're exaggerating. You're just monitoring. How can you climb over the network cable? Lu Jin was amused and said, for a physicist, if he wants to, anything in this world can become a deadly weapon. Although I'm far away, as long as I can monitor this room, I can transform the appliances in this room into automatic attack weapons. Gu Nianji could only use a _ to express her ignorance and admiration. She didn't understand, and she couldn't afford to offend him. Hua Xiaoheng saw that the father and daughter were getting further and further away from each other. He looked at his watch without batting an eyelid and said, we don't have much time. Gu Nianji quickly stopped him and said, Dad, what kind of trick are you going to do for me? Lu Jin also returned to the topic at hand and said, just you wait. As he spoke, he seemed to be doing something on the other side. Then, the wall-mounted TV on the wall opposite He Jichu's living room suddenly turned on by itself. After the blue screen, a ward appeared on the TV. It was old Master Qin's ward. It was also the ward He Jichu had been in for 24 hours. Gu Nianji's eyes widened and she said in surprise, Dad, is this the surveillance video? Yes, Lu Jin said happily. Now we're going to start conjuring. Soon, the ward on the TV screen gradually began to turn translucent and illusory. Lines appeared on the screen, and all kinds of data were labeled. Gu Nianji looked at the ward model built by three-dimensional analytic geometry on the TV, and her beautiful lips parted into a circle. See? This ward is actually not the rectangular shape that you can see with the naked eye, but a convex shape. Lu Jin's voice came from the stereo Bluetooth speaker in the room. Gu Nianji could see clearly that the two extra parts below the convex shape were tightly covered by two long postmodern gray leather sofas. There were also green plants placed behind the sofa. The green broad-leaved plants as tall as a person not only eased the tension in the ward, but also took the focus of the view. If Lu Jin hadn't analyzed the ward's physical data, even if he had the architectural design of the entire building, he might not have been able to discover the small wings on both sides. Now, this ward was no longer a building in their eyes, but a model built from data. The mouse in his hand slid casually across the ward model. Every time he clicked on a spot, not only could he see the length, width, and height of the spot in the ward, as well as the data of the building materials, but he could even see the global coordinates of the spot. When Hu Xiaoheng saw Lu Jin's system, he immediately reacted and sat up straight. What kind of system was this? This was AF*King Super Accurate NMD. NMD, in international politics, was national. Missile defense was a ballistic missile defense and counterattack system developed by the United States military. This system used to be very popular, but it later declined because the accuracy of the real-time coordinate processing required by this system was too difficult to achieve. The military believed that it had invested too much and the results were not high, so the United States had already installed it themselves. But what if the difficulty of real-time coordinate processing could be broken through? What if this system was installed on a satellite? Did you modify this based on NMD? Hu Xiaoheng finally asked. His voice was suppressed to prevent the excitement in his heart from leaking out. Lu Jin's smug voice rang in their ears. Give me a video. I can decode the global coordinates. What's NMD? Gu Nianji was confused. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng, who was obviously suppressing his emotions, and then at Lu Jin's smug face on the phone. Her gaze wandered between the two of them, and she felt that there was something between them that she didn't understand. Lu Jin smiled and said, I'm much better than that half-baked NMD. If you use a system like mine, even if it's a missile from a neighboring country, the satellite system will be able to decode the missile's location the moment it's launched from the base. At the same time, it will calculate the missile's trajectory. Our own interceptor missiles will be able to take off unhurriedly and intercept the missile outside the country. Gu Nianji finally understood. Hu Xiaoheng had already said, such precise positioning will also be a great help to the precision strikes of drones and guided missiles. Uncle Lu, have you ever considered? No, I haven't considered it. Lu Jin rejected him flatly. NMD, drones, and precision guidance were not within his consideration. Because of all these years of escape, in order to protect himself, he needed a monitoring system that could monitor his opponents and locate their coordinates in real time. Therefore, he designed and built such a system himself, and it was connected to the mainframe he had designed. He could keep track of the other party's movements at any time. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1671, Daddy Will Do Tricks for You. It was the penultimate day of the double monthly votes in May. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Mwah, mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1683. The main purpose of my system is to accurately locate the target. There's no other intention, Lu Jin said firmly. Hu Xiaoheng still wanted to persuade him. Actually, I think there's still more room for exploration in Uncle's system. For example, if we cooperate with the global satellite navigation system, he wanted to use the globally supported Nanda satellite system to attract Lu Jin's interest. Lu Jin chuckled and raised his eyebrows proudly. If necessary, I can hack into any satellite system in the world and use the global satellite resources to monitor any target in all directions without any blind spots. Hu Xiaoheng, he was actually trying to get something without risking anything. Hu Xiaoheng had never admired anyone before, but in front of Lu Jin, he felt that he had to make an exception. She thought about it, then whispered, My father doesn't need to do this. He doesn't have the ambition to dominate the world. It's fine as long as he can have a lab like this and immerse himself in the world of technology and data. Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. Nianji is right. That's what I think. Let me tell you, it's all thanks to this system that I discovered the abnormal fluctuations in the magnetic field energy. I also discovered that He Qingjian had actually sent people to kidnap Nianji, therefore, he had fought a devastating energy battle with He Qingjian. Although there was no smoke, it was extremely destructive. And now, he was using this advanced system that could monitor any target in the world to analyze an inconspicuous ward. Not only was everything in the ward analyzed by him into data, but even the flow of air in the ward could not hide from him. Nianji, I'm going to perform a magic trick for you now. Watch carefully, Lu Jin said as he focused his attention on the data analysis of the video. The problem with this ward is indeed related to the air. But it's not bacteria and viruses. That's been ruled out. Then what does it have to do with? We can start with the central air conditioning system of the entire building. Under normal circumstances, a sealed ward has a central air conditioning system. The air flow should be a self-circulation system. But look. Lu Jin's mouse pointed at a set of data points. This set of data doesn't show such a simple airflow. You can see it very clearly from here. Among the airflow data, there is a set of data that continuously flows towards the corner of the wall where He Jichu is sitting. In other words, this is not a simple flow of air. There is another kind of energy in it. Lu Jin clicked on the air data again with the mouse and instructed the system to conduct further analysis. Soon, the computer system made a precise calculation and came to a conclusion. Look, this is the result of the computer system's analysis. The other type of energy that follows the flow of air is none other than sound waves. To be precise, it's a group of infrasound waves below 20 Hz, infrasonic wave weapon. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. So the culprit was the infrasonic wave weapon. There are people using this kind of weapon here. He recalled that there had also been incidents of sound weapons injuring people in the other world. It was during the process of Gu Nianji being kidnapped and missing. Lu Jin didn't know about the other world, so he continued to explain, for sound waves, the frequency that the human ear can hear is between 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz. Sound waves below 20 Hz are called infrasound, and sound waves above 20,000 Hz are called ultrasound. Infrasonic wave weapon, as the name implies, is a weapon that uses infrasound to kill enemies. Because different organs in the human body have different frequencies of pulsation, this kind of pulsation happens to be in the same frequency range as infrasound. In other words, it is in the range of less than 20 Hz. Therefore, infrasound of different frequencies will resonate with different organs in the human body. Infrasonic wave weapons use this to attack the enemy. Infrasonic wave weapons can cause mental and physical damage to the human body. Mild cases include nausea, vomiting, and dizziness. Serious cases can cause mental disorders, pain all over the body, and even death from internal organs rupturing. He Jichu's condition was that an infrasonic wave weapon of a specific frequency was continuously attacking him. However, because the other party didn't find the resonance frequency accurately, it took a full 24 hours to finally cause physical damage to his body. If I were to control this infrasonic wave weapon, I would only need 2 seconds to paralyze anyone within the attack range of the infrasonic wave weapon. Lu Jin seemed to shake his head regretfully. The infrasonic wave weapon they use can be said to be very crude. Gu Nianji's mouth opened even wider, but before she could speak, Hua Xiaoheng had already frowned and asked, but the weakness of infrasonic wave weapons is also very obvious. May I ask how they managed to get around this weakness? What weakness? Gu Nianji quickly asked. It sounds very powerful. It's practically a siege without a drop of blood. Yes, it's indeed a siege without a drop of blood, but not necessarily a siege. Hua Xiaoheng sat leisurely on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said calmly, infrasonic wave weapons have a very big weakness, and that is that they attack indiscriminately. In other words, they don't distinguish between friend and foe at all, and it's very easy for both sides to suffer. This kind of kill 1,000 enemies and hurt 1,000 oneself weapon was not that meaningful in war. Lu Jin nodded approvingly and said, indeed. Not only does infrasonic wave weapon attack indiscriminately, but it also has a special range of attack. If it's too far away, it won't be of much use. Yes, infrasonic wave weapons require the instrument that emits infrasonic waves to be not far from the target. Then where is the source of their infrasonic wave weapons? Hu Xiaoheng was obviously more interested in military technology. Lu Jin excitedly pointed at the two small rectangles below the convex shape and drew a line with the mouse. He said, look at what's inside. He double-clicked the mouse and asked the system to analyze the two small rectangular rooms hidden on both sides of the ward. On the television screen, the two small rectangles that Lu Jin had drawn with the mouse were originally a whiteboard, showing that there was nothing there. However, Lu Jin entered another series of instructions and said with a smile, Dad's trick is continuing. At that moment, the two small rectangles that had originally been empty suddenly seemed to have been dispelled by magic, revealing the hidden treasure underneath. In the two small rectangles that were originally empty, two instruments in the shape of large rollers gradually appeared. In front of the roller was an upright black gauze amplifier. It was a circular amplifier. Lu Jin pointed at the two instruments that had been revealed and said, these are the culprits that emitted infrasonic waves. It emitted infrasonic waves at He Zhichu for at least 24 hours before He Zhichu fainted. Gu Nianji was very surprised. Why did it take so long? Then young master, he must have suffered a lot. I don't know why it took so long, Lu Jin said with a smile. It depends on how the people over there try to remedy it. Gu Nianji looked at the data modeling of the ward displayed on the television and suddenly asked, since you said that infrasonic wave weapons attack indiscriminately, why is young master he the only one unconscious? Qin Yaoguang managed to hold on for a while. As for old master Qin, he's completely normal. Lu Jin looked at her with a smile and praised, that's a better question. Why? I'll show you the reason now. At that moment, Lu Jin moved the mouse to old master Qin, who was lying under the oxygen mask on the hospital bed. Old master Qin's oxygen mask was a real oxygen mask. It didn't just cover his nose, but covered his entire body. Lu Jin moved the mouse to the oxygen mask and said, look at the data. The data was as small as a grain of rice. It was densely packed on the oxygen mask, and it was impossible to see what it meant at all. Lu Jin pointed at the data and said, take a closer look at this oxygen mask. Gu Nianji shook her head. I don't understand it. Please explain. Hu Xiaoheng observed the oxygen mask carefully and suddenly said, this oxygen mask isn't simple. It has 2 layers and is a vacuum. Lu Jin smiled and said, that's easy to explain. Because the biggest weakness of infrasonic wave weapons isn't that they attack indiscriminately, but that it's too easy to intercept them. As long as a vacuum zone is established around the target, infrasonic waves won't be able to hurt him. Gu Nianji understood and quickly said, then this double-layered full-body oxygen mask actually creates a vacuum zone in the middle, so the infrasonic wave attack works on him. Lu Jin looked at the oxygen mask on old Master Qin's hospital bed on the screen and pursed his lips. He said lazily, this old guy really cherishes his life. That oxygen mask on him isn't an ordinary oxygen mask. Not only can this thing provide oxygen, but it can also shield against all external energy, including but not limited to electricity, magnetic energy, light energy, and sound waves. This was today's second update. Chapter 1672, Daddy will do tricks for you, too. It was the penultimate day of the double monthly votes in May. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month at 8 p.m., the second update. P.S. When I'm done with my work, I'll make up for the monthly votes, rewards, and chief updates. Don't worry, dear friends. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1684. That powerful. Gu Nianji was shocked. She leaned forward and asked eagerly, what about Qin Yaoguang? She didn't seem to have any protection, did she? Did the infrasound weapons attack her as well? Lu Jin laughed and used the mouse to click on a green figure on the data model of the ward. This is Qin Yaoguang, right? On the TV screen, the man was wearing a green surgical gown, a green surgical cap, and a large surgical mask. Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, this is Qin Yaoguang. She just followed someone into the operating room, so she's dressed like this. Lu Jin clicked on the person's data and explained to Gu Nianji, did you see the data on her surgical gown? Gu Nianji, she saw it, but with so many numbers piled up together, she had no idea what they meant. This data shows that the surgical gown she's wearing is not made of ordinary materials. Lu Jin smiled and clicked on Qin Yaoguang's figure further. He said, my system can perform a three-dimensional image of the people in this video, 3D dialysis imaging. Gu Nianji instinctively looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng said, it's like going through security at the airport. They use X-rays to check if a passenger is carrying any dangerous goods. They can see through the person's clothes. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. Sigh, should she cover his eyes? Lu Jin wouldn't be so unreliable as to expose his mother-in-law's 3D in front of his son-in-law, right? She opened her mouth and wanted to remind Hua Xiaoheng in fear, but she was worried that if she said it, Hua Xiaoheng would realize that she had seen through it. Based on Hua Xiaoheng's way of doing things, if he sensed danger, he would immediately stay away from her. Gu Nianji didn't want to separate from Hua Xiaoheng, so she could only pretend to be deaf and mute. She couldn't bear to look away. However, Lu Jin's voice rang out in the room. Yes, it's just like going through security at the airport. My system is more sophisticated, and the three-dimensional dialysis image should be clearer, almost like a real human model. But look! Hua Xiaoheng exclaimed softly. Gu Nianji's expression was conflicted as she thought to herself, what do you mean by, huh? Does mother-in-law have a great figure? Embarrassed, she couldn't help but glance at the TV screen. What was going on? There was no 3D dialysis imaging on the TV. Qin Yaoguang was still wearing the green surgical gown, a green surgical cap, and a big mask to cover herself up. Did Lu Jin suddenly think of this? Gu Nianji was about to ask when Hua Xiaoheng spoke first. Why didn't Qin Yaoguang have a three-dimensional dialysis image? Lu Jin said, it's very simple. It's because my scanning system couldn't penetrate her surgical gown, the surgical cap, and the mask. So powerful. Your scanning system did not penetrate it, but what about the infrasonic wave weapon? Could it not penetrate? Gu Nianji asked curiously. Lu Jin nodded and praised with a smile, Nianji is so smart. That's how it is. Look at the material of her surgical gown, surgical cap, and mask. They are all nanograde, and just like her father's oxygen mask, they all have a vacuum layer. Gu Nianji finally understood. She clenched her fists and said excitedly, the oxygen mask on old Mr. Qin's body is actually multifunctional. It can block infrasonic weapons, but that's just a coincidence. However, the only function of Qin Yaoguang's surgical gown was to block infrasound weapons. That doesn't make sense. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. This means that at least Qin Yaoguang knew about this infrasound weapon a long time ago. She's dead meat. Gu Nianji clasped her palms together and beamed. As long as we tell General He this evidence, she'll definitely die a horrible death. If she dared to lay a hand on He Qingjin's son, she would suffer He Qingjin's wrath. Although Hua Xiaoheng agreed with Gu Nianji, Qin Yaoguang was Gu Nianji's biological mother after all. Although what Qin Yaoguang had done to Gu Nianji was no longer worthy of being a mother, others didn't know. Gu Nianji couldn't show such happy emotions in front of others. He coughed lightly and reminded Gu Nianji, "That's about General He. Don't be too agitated. She's your mother." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at him and said coldly, "I'm sorry, I never acknowledged her as my mother from the beginning. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me." "Well said. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Jin couldn't help calling out to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji laughed happily. As long as Lu Jin didn't care about Qin Yaoguang's life or death, Gu Nianji didn't have any psychological burden. She understood what Hu Shaoheng meant. He was reminding her not to show such emotions in front of outsiders. It would make people who didn't know better think that she was cold-blooded and heartless for gloating over her biological mother's death. But she really didn't care. Hu Shaoheng, however, he heard something else in Lu Jin's words, and his brows furrowed slightly. Did Lu Jin know what he was talking about? Hu Shaoheng's mind raced as he began to ask Lu Jin, "Uncle Lu, Miss Gu doesn't admit that Dean Qin is her biological mother. You're a scientist, so it's not good for you to deny this, right?" "It's because I'm a scientist." Lu Jin was caught off guard and missed a sentence, but he quickly came to his senses. Holy sh*t. This KGB was so scary. Time to slip away. Lu Jin didn't want to video chat with them anymore. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to resist the KGB's interrogation, so he quickly said, "That's the situation. He Jichu was attacked by an infrasonic weapon. Judging from his unconscious symptoms, the left side of his brain was attacked. If he were to rest in a pure vacuum for 12 hours, his symptoms should be greatly alleviated. He should wake up soon. I still have something to do. Come back early." With that, Lu Jin cut off the connection with Gu Nianji and turned off the video analysis on the TV. The TV screen, which had been flashing with countless green data, suddenly turned black, and the light in the room seemed to dim. Gu Nianji stared at the wall-mounted TV in shock and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Why did you hang up in such a hurry?" She took out her phone and sent Lu Jin a text message. Lu Jin only replied with 2 words, "Busy." "Be good." Gu Nianji, maybe he was really busy. Gu Nianji sighed and said, "I'll go look for General He." "Mr. Peter, you," Hu Shaoheng pulled her back with a complicated look in his eyes. "How are you going to look for General He? How are you going to tell him what happened just now? Are you going to say?" He raised his chin at the TV to remind Gu Nianji not to expose Lu Jin's whereabouts. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead and smiled bitterly. "I almost forgot. I just wanted young Master He to get out of danger as soon as possible. It's not a big deal." Hu Shaoheng asked her to sit down. "Let's discuss how to tell General He." Gu Nianji nodded. Hu Shaoheng glanced at the surveillance cameras in the room. He wasn't sure if Lu Jin, an unreliable person, was still in charge of the He family surveillance system. If he wasn't, they were under the He family surveillance again. Hu Shaoheng took out his phone and sent Gu Nianji a text message, "Let's talk like this. The surveillance is unstable." Gu Nianji instantly understood and replied, "Let me think about how to tell General He." Her goal was to push the blame onto Qin Yaoguang, but this matter couldn't be avoided by old Master Qin and the Qin family. Gu Nianji turned on her phone and looked at the surveillance video she had stored in the cloud again. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she quickly typed, "I can tell General He that I found something wrong with that operating room. Ask him to send someone with me to the operating room." Hu Shaoheng shook his head and replied to her, "You want to bring someone to investigate the 2 infrasound emitters. I think those 2 machines have been removed a long time ago." Gu Nianji didn't believe him, but that ward has been sealed off by General He's people. How could they have the guts to do that? Hu Shaoheng smiled and glanced at her lightly. He replied, if it were me, even if there was a company of soldiers in front of the door, I would still be able to remove those two machines. Gu Nianji. Alright, you're the best. Next. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help rubbing her head and replied, besides, Uncle Lu said that those two small rooms weren't actually in the ward, so even if General He sent people to seal off the ward, they didn't seal off the other two small rooms. So the Qin family should have removed the two machines from another exit long ago. If you don't believe me, you can bring someone to investigate. Gu Nianji thought about it, then stood up and replied, it doesn't matter. The monk can run, but the temple can't. They've removed the equipment, but I don't believe they can seal off those two secret rooms. As long as I find those two secret rooms, won't I have the final say on what was in those secret rooms? Besides, General He is so suspicious. As long as he's given the slightest clue, he'll come up with a big show. What's more, two secret rooms suddenly appeared near the ward where his son had an accident. If he doesn't dig 3 feet into the ground of that Qin private hospital, I'll write my name upside down. Gu Nianji threw down those words valiantly and walked towards the door. Hu Xiaoheng quickly stood up. Wait for me, I'll go with you. Just say that I discovered it. Gu Nianji turned around and frowned at him. It was clearly me, how did you discover such a thing? Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look at her. He picked up his coat. Only we, the KGB, are the most sensitive to secret rooms. Therefore, He Qingjian wouldn't think anything else if he said that it was Peter, the ace of the Far East, who had discovered it. Gu Nianji understood, and her eyes darkened. Okay, then let's go find General He. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1673, Daddy Will Show You Tricks, 3. It was the last day of the double monthly votes in May. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Don't keep your monthly votes until the end of the month at 8 p.m., the second update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1685. Gu Nianji went to He Zhichu's bedroom to take out his laptop, then left He Zhichu's suite with Hu Xiaoheng. The guard standing at the door immediately stopped them and said, May I ask where you two are going? Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng carefully and said to the guard, This is Mr. Peter, the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union. We have something important to tell General He. It's related to young Master He's condition. Can you pass on a message? The guard looked suspiciously at the charming Gu Nianji, then at the handsome and dignified Hu Xiaoheng. He thought for a moment and said, I'll go ask someone. He asked another guard to stay here to watch Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji while he went to look for He Qingjian's personal secretary. Do you think the chief is free? Miss Gu and Mr. Peter said they have something important to see the chief about. The guard saluted He Qingjian's personal secretary. He Qingjian's personal secretary said awkwardly, The chief isn't in a good mood. He Qingjian had asked the anti-chemical defense team to search the ward carefully, but they didn't find anything. He was very depressed. Then maybe these two can distract the chief by talking. The guard respected He Qingjian from the bottom of his heart. He Qingjian's personal secretary's heart skipped a beat and he felt that it made sense. Okay, I'll go make a call first. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed the landline in He Qingjian's study. He Qingjian sat in the study without turning on the lights. Only the dark night could hide his emotions. He looked at He Zhichu, who was still unconscious and motionless on the surveillance screen, and tears involuntarily flowed down his cheeks. He Zhichu was the only son Qin Suwen had left for him, the only bloodline, and the only trace Qin Suwen had left in this world. Was he going to lose it? How could he have the face to see Suwen after he died? He Qingjian closed his eyes and let the tears flow. At that moment, the landline in the study rang. He didn't want to answer the phone, but the phone kept ringing. It looked like it wouldn't give up until he answered the phone. The phone in the study usually only rang when there was something important. He Qingjian took a deep breath and wiped away his tears. He picked up the phone receiver and said lightly, "Hello." The personal secretary on the other end of the phone quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with a smile, "Chief, Miss Gu and Mr. Peters said that they have something important to report. It's related to young Master He." He Qingjian was stunned. She said that. He looked at the surveillance screen and pursed his lips when he saw He Jichu's motionless expression. "Okay, take them to the small meeting room." "I'll be there right away," He Qingjian said. He put down the phone and got up to go to the small meeting room again. He had met the ace of the Far East, Peter, here yesterday. He hadn't expected the ace of the Far East to come again today. He was really chasing after Gu Nianji, He Qingjian snorted in his heart. His face had already returned to normal. With a warm smile, he entered the small conference room. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were already seated in the small conference room. He Qingjian walked in with steady steps, and the two of them stood up together. "General He." Gu Nianji greeted him first. "Are you all right?" She noticed that He Qingjian's eyes were a little red, but she couldn't believe that He Qingjian had cried. He Qingjian smiled. I'm fine. Sit." Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng sat down together after He Qingjian sat down. He Qingjian looked at the couple who seemed to have a tacit understanding of each other, and then thought of his son, He Jichu, who was unconscious on the hospital bed. He Qingjian felt a little uncomfortable. His expression darkened, and he looked at his watch. "What do you want? Tell me quickly, I only have 5 minutes." Gu Nianji placed He Jichu's laptop in front of He Qingjian and said, "General He, I had nothing to do when I was with young Master He, so I watched the surveillance video over and over again. Mr. Peter happened to come to see young Master He. After watching the video a few times, he found something interesting." Hu Xiaoheng nodded slightly and said, "I watched the video without your permission. I hope you don't take offense." "It's fine." He Qingjian waved his hand. "Go ahead." Hu Xiaoheng picked up the mouse and pointed at the location of the 2 secret rooms on the video. He said to He Qingjian, "General He, I watched the video a few times and realized that although the people inside don't look like there's anything wrong with them, this ward is a little interesting." "The ward is a little interesting?" He Qingjian narrowed his eyes. "You mean?" "Yes, look here." Hu Xiaoheng pointed at the green plants behind the sofa in the corner. "There seem to be 2 rooms behind this, but I can't tell from the outside." He Qingjian sat up straight and stared at the computer screen for a long time. "You mean, there's a secret room here? But I can't tell." Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "Trust me, I've seen this kind of room during special training. There's definitely something wrong with both sides. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to the 2 places I circled and smash them to see if there's a secret room there." He Qingjian rubbed his chin with his hand and said in confusion, "Even if there is, what does that mean?" "That means a lot. Why are there secret rooms on both sides of old Mr. Qin's ward? What's in this secret room?" Gu Nianji asked. "General He, don't you want to know? Maybe young Master He's illness has something to do with these 2 secret rooms." He Qingjian thought about it silently for a while, and his expression gradually changed. He stood up and said to Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng, "I want to go take a look for myself. Do you want to come with me?" Gu Nianji quickly said, "I'd love to." Hu Xiaoheng had no choice but to stand up as well. He smiled and said, "If possible, I also want to go and broaden my horizons to see if my judgment is correct." He Qingjian couldn't help glaring at him. "What do you mean? Didn't you discover this? Why do you look so uncertain?" Gu Nianji quickly tried to smooth things over. She smiled and said, "Mr. Peter is from the KGB. The KGB's reasoning is basically based on guessing, so I'm not too sure." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He thought to himself, what KGB's reasoning is basically based on guessing. If the KGB found out about this, they would probably be so angry that they would yell and challenge Gu Nianji to a one-on-one duel. However, he didn't say anything. He maintained an awkward but polite smile and stood quietly beside Gu Nianji. He Qingjian snorted. Let's go. If there's nothing, you'll have to take responsibility. Gu Nianji was nervous. She took 2 quick steps forward and followed He Qingjian. She whispered, General He, if there's nothing, you can't blame Mr. Peter, right? He was kind enough to help us. We can't just contribute money and effort, right? The corners of He Qingjian's mouth twitched. What do you mean contribute money and effort? How did he contribute money? I was just giving an example. Gu Nianji blinked her large eyes, which had a built-in contact lens effect, with an innocent expression on her face. He Qingjian's mind went blank for a moment. Through Gu Nianji's expression, he actually thought of Qin Suwen. Every time he bickered with Qin Suwen and Qin Suwen deliberately acted shamelessly, she would show this expression, and then he would unconditionally surrender. All the reasons he had ever spoken in his life were only in front of Qin Suwen. He Qingjian silently looked away and didn't say a word. He brought 2 platoons of people to the Qin Corporation's private hospital again. Previously, he had placed a platoon of people here to guard the ward, and now he had brought 2 platoons of people to demolish the house. The people from the Qin Corporation's private hospital didn't dare to say anything. As the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, Wen Shuyi rushed over when she received the news. General He, what are you doing? Her face darkened as she walked up with her legal team. Not only did she bring the Qin Corporation's huge legal team today, but she also informed all the major new media outlets to give them big news. Therefore, behind them, not only were there legal teams, but there were also many new media practitioners. Gu Nianji's eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw Xie Qingying standing in the front row. There were 2 people carrying cameras beside her, and they were filming this way. This was today's second update, Chapter 1674, Reasoning basically relies on guessing. It was the last day of the double monthly votes in May. Everyone, hurry up and vote. Don't keep the monthly votes until the end of the month. Today was also Monday. I forgot to ask for recommendation votes in the morning. Everyone, I forgot. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1686. Xie Qingying was wearing a smoky gray dress. Her long hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head. She did not have too many accessories, and the makeup on her face was very light and elegant. Just like how she usually appeared on camera in the news, she showed a magnanimous and intellectual style. She had a professional smile on her face. It wasn't overly enthusiastic, but it wasn't cold either. However, she still maintained a certain sense of distance. Because the biggest characteristic of news was that it had to be fair, it had to always maintain an objective perspective and mentality. Therefore, people who were too emotional were not suitable to be reporters, but more suitable to be actors. Gu Nianji hurriedly glanced at her face, then at the lawyers in front of the group of reporters, and finally at Wen Shuyi's face. She had only caught a glimpse of Wen Shuyi and did not pay much attention to her appearance. Now that Xie Qingying was here, and Wen Shuyi was wearing a smoky gray dress suit that was similar to Xie Qingying's, Gu Nianji suddenly realized something interesting. She realized that Wen Shuyi's appearance actually resembled Xie Qingying. In the past, the 2 of them were completely different. However, Xie Qingying was the same as Gu Nianji. She was tall, but Xie Qingying was more voluptuous and steady. Therefore, although Wen Shuyi's face looked a little like Xie Qingying's, there was still a difference in her petite figure. Gu Nianji's eyes darted back and forth across Wen Shuyi's face. She wasn't worried at all that Wen Shuyi would look at her. Wen Shuyi did feel Gu Nianji's gaze. That kind of blatant provocation and contempt made her very uncomfortable, but her identity was different now. She was no longer a nobody like Gu Nianji. She was now the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. She had already relied on her own ability to rise to the top of the country. She had enough confidence and strength to ignore Gu Nianji's childlike quarreling tactics. When Shi walked forward calmly and stopped 3 meters away from He Qingjian. This was the warning line drawn by He Qingjian's orderlies. Unrelated people could not cross this distance to He Qingjian's side. He Qingjian glanced at her indifferently and said, "The military has received a report that there are secret rooms hidden on both sides of your hospital ward. It's speculated that it has something to do with Major General He's serious injury, so we have to thoroughly investigate your building." When Shi smiled and said gently, "You can demolish someone's house just because you report them. General He, when did you disregard the law? If Lawyer Qin was still alive and saw you like this, who knows how sad she would be." It had to be said that when Shi's understanding of the He family's father and son was extraordinary. Perhaps even Qin Yaguang didn't know them as well as she did. Just as she pulled Qin Suan out, a hint of hesitation flashed across He Qingjian's eyes. However, he still maintained his genial appearance. His eyelids were half closed, and no one could see his mood swings. But he said nothing. Although Gu Nianji didn't know why, she sensed that He Qingjian's breath seemed to have stopped. She immediately stepped forward and retorted, "Dean Wen must have become unfamiliar with the law after becoming a dean. Our general He brought people to investigate the hospital thoroughly to find the secret room. How is that ignoring the law?" When Shi ignored Gu Nianji and continued to smile warmly. She stared at He Qingjian without moving. He Qingjian was quiet for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Lawyer Gu is now my lawyer. It's not up to Dean Wen to decide whether I'm ignoring the law or not." He turned his gaze to Gu Nianji and looked at her gently. He encouraged her, "Lawyer Gu, it's up to you." Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She thought that she had a good reason to do so. The smile on her face grew even wider. She was like a begonia blooming in May under the morning light. She was incomparably beautiful. When Shi's expression changed, but she quickly calmed down. She nodded and said, "Okay, then may I ask why you came to our private house to demolish it? Is there a demolition order from the court?" He Qingjian's personal secretary immediately handed a translucent folder to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji only needed to look at the small labels on the folder to understand what was there. She held up the folder and said calmly, "Dean Wen, don't forget that this ward is where young Master He was attacked. It's already the crime scene that the police have delineated. Now that we, as the plaintiffs, are coming to the crime scene to look for evidence of the crime, are you going to stop us? Or do you have a guilty conscience? There's something shameful on both sides of this ward, so you won't let us in at all costs. Secondly, which eye of yours saw that we were going to demolish the house? Did you see that we were holding shovels in our hands, or picks? Or chainsaws and electric awls?" Gu Nianji waved her hand behind her. He Qingjian had just arrived at the door of the ward with 2 platoons of soldiers and had yet to start looking for the secret room, so Gu Nianji seized the loophole in Wen Shi's words and rebutted her. Wen Shi pursed her lips and said seriously, "I'm just reminding you that this is a private house. Even if it's a crime scene, it's still the property of the Qin Private Hospital Group. It's not a public asset, nor is it a state-owned asset. Please respect our private property rights." Gu Nianji sneered and said, "The suspect doesn't have personal freedom. Similarly, the crime scene doesn't have exclusive private property rights until the case is closed. Have you forgotten about that?" Gu Nianji kept saying that this was a crime scene, and Wen Shi was furious. However, He Qingjian had indeed called the police and said that He Zhichu had been attacked here. The police had also filed a case. Although the people guarding and investigating here were not from the police, but from the military, they had all the procedures. It didn't seem right to say that they had broken the law. Wen Shuyi secretly regretted coming earlier. It would have been better to wait for He Qingjian and the others to tear down the house before appearing. However, on second thought, if they had come too late and the other party had found the 2 secret rooms, therefore, it was better for her to come earlier. Wen Shuyi's expression softened slightly. She said, "Okay, this ward is indeed a crime scene delineated by the police. Please limit your activities to this ward. Other places are not crime scenes delineated by the police. We still have exclusive private property rights." Gu Nianji nodded and looked behind Wen Shuyi. She smiled and said, "But Director Wen, it's one thing for you to bring your own team of lawyers, but why did you call your friends from the media?" The group of new media practitioners were now like they were on steroids. They were filming like crazy and preparing to publish exclusive news. The expression on Wen Shuyi's face was very intriguing. She said, "We are citizens, and General He is an official. Since ancient times, citizens have not fought with officials. We can't win even if we want to, so we can only ask our friends in the media to help us report this matter fairly and let public opinion supervise the government's actions." Gu Nianji stretched out a thin white finger and shook it. She spoke quickly and anxiously, "Director Wen, you keep saying that the government is persecuting you. But Major General He suffered a fate worse than death in your territory. Tell me, who is the one who persecuted who? Also, what we are doing today is not the government's actions, but a military case. You have also been in the military before, and the military has military laws. Cases related to soldiers must be handled according to military laws. Director Wen, are you old and forgetful, or are you pretending to be confused?" Wen Shuyi hated Gu Nianji's habit of talking about age. She said coldly, "Anyway, a higher official can oppress people. Of course you can say whatever you want now." Gu Nianji's face also darkened. She said solemnly, "Director Wen, you are going back on your word. If you want to talk about the law, we will talk about the law with you. But when we talk about the law, you say that our higher official can oppress people. Please forgive me for being blunt, but if we really wanted to oppress people with a higher official, would you still have the chance to stand here and talk to us?" Gu Nianji's words made Wen Shuyi sound like a 3-year-old naughty child. Her face instantly flushed red, and she almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. At the same time, the new media practitioners had already begun to upload all kinds of videos and news to the internet. Many of them had been bribed by Wen Shuyi. With a little tampering with the angle of the video and the way the news was written, they could immediately stir up the emotions of the readers. #Military Chief He forcibly demolished the Qin Corporation's private hospital. #, The 2 leaders of the Qin Corporation's private hospital are in prison, and the beautiful director can't hold on alone. #, Lawyer Gu Shiji's tongue is full of lies and bullying people. This series of topics immediately became a trending topic. Gu Nianji was still confronting Wen Shuyi, but He Qingjian's personal secretary had already received the news on the internet. He couldn't help frowning. He secretly sent the news to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji felt her phone vibrate, so she took it out and quickly glanced at it. Friends from the media, you are really fast." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and stared at the group of new media practitioners. She said calmly, "Any new media that falsifies information online to fan the flames, wait for my lawyer's letter. I'm a person who doesn't go to court. Once I do, I won't stop until I make you go bankrupt." For this kind of media infringement case, the biggest punishment was financial punishment, especially the punitive clause, which worked every time. Gu Nianji said that most of the new media practitioners began to consider whether they should get involved in this mess or not. A small number of people were Wen Shuyi's die-hard fans, and they immediately shouted, "It's illegal for you to threaten us journalists. We journalists have immunity." They were right, but Gu Nianji said forcefully, "The law doesn't protect fake news. If you falsify information, you will still be sued." Xie Qingying said calmly, Lawyer Gu, the media should be left to the media to handle. I'll start a live broadcast now. As she spoke, she began to speak confidently to the camera. Xia Corporation News Report. Today, we broadcast a piece of breaking news. We received an invitation from Director Wen, saying that they were being suppressed by an unknown force in the government. They hoped that the media would uphold justice for them. But when we arrived at the scene, we found that the situation here was somewhat different from what Director Wen had said. The ancient said that if you listen to both sides, you will be enlightened. If you listen to one side, you will be darkened. Let's listen to both sides. Dear viewers, let's first interview the lawyer representing the unknown force in the government, Gu Nianji. As she spoke, Xie Qingying walked in front of Gu Nianji and handed the recording microphone to her. Lawyer Gu, may I ask why you came to the Qin Corporation's private hospital? Gu Nianji looked at Xie Qingying and saw that she was slightly encouraging. Her heart skipped a beat. This was an ally. Gu Nianji immediately frowned and said anxiously, a few days ago, Major General, he was attacked by an unknown force here. He is still unconscious, but there is nothing unusual from the surveillance video. Later, we received a report that there was a secret room in this ward. It might have something to do with Major General he being attacked in the ward. Oh. So there's a secret room. Can you point out to the audience which direction the secret chamber is? Xie Qingying's live broadcast was the one with the most fans in the new media. Moreover, she was on a live broadcast, and it quickly became a craze on the internet. The number of people watching the live broadcast rose from hundreds of thousands to millions, and it was approaching the 10 million mark. The topic that had just been trending on Weibo was immediately ignored. It hung there alone. It was comical and ridiculous. Gu Nianji calmed down and walked forward to the location of the secret room on the left. She pointed at the green plants behind the sofa in the corner and said, the location mentioned in the report should be here. Wen Shi's pupils suddenly constricted, and even her heart seemed to stop beating. She quickly walked over and said unhappily, what are you doing? Xie Qingying turned around in time and said seriously, Director Wen, are you going to stop us from investigating the truth with our audience? This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1675, Enemy and Allies. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your monthly votes during the double period. When I'm done with my work, I'll start adding updates. At 8 p.m., the second update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1687. When Shi looked at Xie Qingying. She hadn't expected her to help Gu Nianji. She had clearly investigated that Xie Qingying had a bad attitude towards Gu Nianji because she was in love with He Zhichu. She had even had a public conflict with her. Had she been tricked? When Shi's gaze gradually turned cold, but her demeanor remained the same. She said lightly, I just want to remind you that the so-called crime scene is only this ward. You have no right to harass other places. Director Wen, we're just looking for the secret room. As long as we find the secret room, it will be an extension of the crime scene, so we can investigate thoroughly, Gu Nianji replied. Her voice wasn't loud. Her voice was gentle, but every word was clear. It was very soothing to the ears. The audience watching the live stream hadn't seen Gu Nianji's face yet. They only heard her voice, and people immediately started to comment. Lawyer Gu has a nice voice. My ears are getting pregnant. Damn. I feel like I'm turning gay. Lawyer Gu, I want to have your babies. Give birth to my ass. Lawyer Gu can give birth to babies herself. Lawyer Gu, let's have babies together. What a lunatic. Xie Qingying glanced at the comments on the screen and almost laughed out loud. When Shi saw Xie Qingying laughing, and the corners of her mouth twitched in dissatisfaction. What if we can't find the secret room? Gu Nianji snorted and drawled, "If we can't find it, then we'll still be at this crime scene. It's none of your business." Wen Shui, her expression was still indifferent. She turned around and walked towards the door as she said, "Since you guys don't want to give up, then do whatever you want. Just remember not to break the law." Gu Nianji shrugged and asked Xie Qingying, "Miss Xie, are you still going to follow the live stream?" Xie Qingying nodded vigorously. "Of course. This is the professional ethics of us journalists. Discover the truth, confirm the truth, and spread the truth." Gu Nianji's impression of her improved a little. Although the two of them had some disagreements before, it would be more difficult for Xie Qingying to step in than for Gu Nianji to use the law to fight against the new media. Even if they could win the lawsuit, the influence of public opinion wouldn't be so easy to disperse. Indeed, as Xie Qingying had said, it was best to use the media's methods to solve the problem. Gu Nianji turned around and walked behind the plants to touch the wall. She remembered that Lu Jin had shown her the location of the secret chamber. It was here. It looked like a rectangular ward, but in fact, a wall was added on both sides of the back, which turned the protruding ward into a rectangular ward. She roughly estimated the location of the green plants and turned around to wave at He Qingjin's personal secretary. "Can you send someone to break this wall for me?" He Qingjin's personal secretary looked at her speechlessly for a while. She waved her hand and called for the most powerful engineer under her command. She said, "Go take a look and see what's behind that wall." The soldier walked over. He looked ordinary and didn't even have a gun. But when he reached the wall, he suddenly pulled out a flashlight-like object from his waist and stuck it on the wall. Xie Qingying asked curiously, "May I ask what are you using to probe?" The engineer replied without turning his head, "High magnetic energy wall detector." Gu Nianji, Xie Qingying was also confused. She picked up her phone and checked it. She said to the live camera, "The wall detector that can be bought on the market can detect metal objects, cables, and plastic pipes in the concrete. It can also detect the thickness of the wall." That's a little interesting. The high magnetic wall detector used by the engineers must be even more powerful. Xie Qingying watched with interest as the engineers probed with Gu Nianji. Occasionally, she asked if she wanted to show her face on the live broadcast, but Gu Nianji declined with a smile. After a few minutes, the engineer turned around and said affirmatively, "Behind the wall is empty. There should be a room about 10 square meters in size." TSK, that's not small. Gu Nianji nodded in approval. She pointed in the opposite direction and asked, "What about over there?" "It's in the same position." When He Qingjian heard that there was indeed a secret chamber, his face darkened slightly. His jaw was tightly pursed, and one could see his square jaw. He was tense and ready to attack. He had always been amiable in front of outsiders, but at this moment, he couldn't help but turn cold. He Qingjian's personal secretary immediately ordered, "Smash it." Wen Shui's eyelids twitched, and she looked at Gu Nianji in disbelief. How did she know the location of these two secret chambers? Wen Shui didn't believe that someone had reported her. It was just like when someone posted on the internet asking about my best friend, and my neighbor. It was actually all her own doing. She also thought that the person who had reported it was either Gu Nianji, or, when she shifted her gaze to Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union, Peter Huashaohing, who was standing beside Gu Nianji. This person looked exactly like Huashaohing over there, so he should be his counterpart. She didn't expect him to fall in love with Gu Nianji. A hint of bitterness flowed through Wen Shui's heart. It was extremely light, like the small footprints of a sparrow on the white snow in winter. After a while, it would be covered by the continuous snow. However, those dense thoughts were like the footprints of a sparrow on the snow. They were deeply suppressed in the bottom of her heart and couldn't be erased. She had worked so hard for the person she loved. However, Gu Nianji was able to make several men fall in love with her so effortlessly. What a top-notch green tea bitch. When Shi looked down on Gu Nianji from the bottom of her heart. She was only arrogant because she was beautiful and had a bit of eloquence. She really didn't even know how she died. Gu Nianji was actually getting along well with Major General Hua's counterpart, Peter. Did her fiancé know? When Shi's eyes flashed slightly. She stood at the door and looked at them calmly with her arms crossed. At that moment, another engineer came over and pulled out the universal engineer shovel from behind his back. He aimed at the structural lines drawn by the previous engineer and swung the shovel at the weakest point. The number of viewers watching the live broadcast had already exceeded the 10 million mark and was even approaching 20 million. This was a record-breaking number of viewers in the history of the live broadcast on this side. Everyone held their breaths and nervously waited for the secret chamber to appear. They didn't even spam the bullet screen, afraid that they would miss a single scene. Clang! The sharpest part of the shovel was directly embedded into the wall and stuck. He Qingjian's personal secretary saw that there was a chance, so he immediately waved his hand and sent 3 more engineers up. They all took out small engineer shovels. There was strength in numbers, and after a few moves, there was a loud bang. The wall in front of them collapsed along the weakest part of the structure, revealing a bright room behind it. However, at a glance, the room was empty. There was nothing in it. Gu Nianji's eyes sparkled as she looked at the secret chamber. She clapped her hands excitedly. Oh my! There really is a secret chamber. As she spoke, the opposite wall was also knocked down by a few engineers. A symmetrical room appeared. It was also very bright and empty. When Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and said, "You call this a secret chamber? How can an empty room with nothing be called a secret chamber?" This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1676, Secret Chamber. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1688. Gu Nianji's gaze swept over Wen Shi's face. She smiled and immediately said, "Then Director Wen, do you think there should be something in the secret room? But this place is empty. Where did the things go? They couldn't have grown legs and flown away, could they?" Wen Shi's smile froze, and she quickly said, "Don't change the topic. This isn't a secret room at all. Where did the things come from? What I mean is, according to Director Wen, the secret room should be a place to hide things, right?" Gu Nianji turned on the court questioning mode again. Wen Shi frowned. "I already said this isn't a secret room. I'm just confirming what you mean. The secret room should be a place to hide things. You just have to answer yes or no." When Shi was about to deny it, but Xie Qingying had already silently pointed the live broadcast camera at her. The screen was completely blocked by the dense barrage of bullet comments. When Shi calmed down and said calmly, "Of course. Otherwise, why would we need a secret room? But this really isn't a secret room." Gu Nianji walked in slowly and stood in the middle of the room. She turned around and faced the sofa in the corner in front of her. She said, "Major General, he stayed on the sofa in the corner in front of us for almost 24 hours. He Qingjian's expression grew darker and darker. He put his hands behind his back and rubbed his thumbs against each other subconsciously. He thought to himself, there must be something here, but before they came, or even earlier, they had already moved it away." At the thought of this, He Qingjian reached out and knocked on the shoulder of his personal secretary a few times. It seemed like he was just patting him on the shoulder, but in fact, he had already sent a series of instructions in modified Morse code. "Seal off the hospital entrance. Only enter, not leave." He Qingjian's personal secretary understood and quietly sent a message to his men outside, asking them to set up a blockade at the hospital entrance and back door. On the other side, Gu Nianji walked around the secret room a few more times and said, "This is also a hospital room. May I ask, Director Wen, are there any surveillance cameras here?" Wen Shi smiled and said, "This is just an empty room, so there are no surveillance cameras installed." "Is that so?" Gu Nianji stopped in front of Wen Shi and said calmly, "Are you sure?" Wen Shi nodded heavily and said confidently, "I'm sure. This is just an empty room, there's no need to install surveillance cameras. In other words, whatever happened here would be left unnoticed." Dean Wen is amazing. Gu Nianji praised her and gave her a thumbs up. "May I ask how long you've been the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital?" "About 10 days. Wen Shi stopped smiling. She felt that something was wrong again. Gu Nianji clapped her hands lightly and asked in surprise, "Then how many hospitals like this are there in the Qin private group?" Wen Shi's heart sank, and she pursed her lips tightly. The more she spoke, the more mistakes she made. How could she have forgotten about this? Dean Wen doesn't know. Gu Nianji took another step forward until she was almost standing in front of Wen Shi. She was tall and looked down at Wen Shi. "Director Wen, if you don't tell me, I'll take it that you don't know." Wen Shi opened her mouth, but in the end, she bit the bullet and said, "Many. There are about 78 hospitals like this in the country." "So, how many of these buildings are there among the 78 hospitals?" Wen Shi, "And how many rooms like this are there in such a building?" Gu Nianji stretched out her arms and turned around freely. "Even Director Wen can't tell. Then how can Director Wen be so sure that there are no surveillance cameras in this room?" Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and raised her voice. Wen Shi was a little flustered and exasperated. She suppressed her discomfort and clenched her fists. "Because this room is old Master Qin's ward. It's different from other wards, so I know very well. I know it's not monitored. Can't that do it?" "Sure, why not?" Gu Nianji smiled. "Director Wen has finally admitted that this room is part of old Master Qin's ward. That means that this room is also a crime scene. You can't use private property as an excuse to refuse our test. I request to check the electricity consumption of this room in the past 10 days. If this room is really just an empty room, then its electricity consumption should be negligible." Gu Nianji remembered that Lu Jin had said that infrasound-emitting sources required a lot of energy, which was electricity. If it was just an empty room, then the electricity meter definitely wouldn't show any abnormalities. But in reality, there had once been a high-power infrasound-emitting source here. It had been working for 24 hours straight. The electricity consumption. The blood drained from Wen Shi's face. "How is it? Director Wen, don't tell me that this room doesn't have an electricity meter, right?" Gu Nianji put a hand on Wen Shi's shoulder and smiled infuriatingly. Wen Shi was furious. She pushed Gu Nianji's hand away and said coldly, "I don't know if there's an electricity meter or not. You'll have to ask the electrician about that." Gu Nianji quickly turned to He Qingjin's personal secretary and said, "Did you hear that? Director Wen agreed to let us find an electrician to test the electricity consumption of this room." He Qingjin's eyes lit up. Even he couldn't help cheering for Gu Nianji. He had wanted to ignore everything and search the entire hospital. Although he could find clues that way, it would still give others a bad impression. It was only natural for Gu Nianji to start with the electricity consumption of this room. He Qingjin's personal secretary was overjoyed and quickly said, "We have plenty of electricians. Get to know the world's #1 engineering unit." He quickly waved his hand and called the 2 most powerful electrical engineering experts in the engineering unit. He said, "Did you hear what Lawyer Gu said just now? Can you find out the electricity consumption of this room for the past 10 days? The 2 electrical experts quickly said, "Yes, sir. We just need to check the direction of the power lines and we'll know where the electricity meter is." Then hurry up and check. He Qingjin's personal secretary turned around and gave Gu Nianji a thumbs up. He smiled so widely that his teeth could not be seen. What's the point of crushing them with brute force? Crushing them with IQ is the most fatal. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Wen Shuyi contemptuously. When Wen Shuyi had taken over Gu Nianji's position in the He family, this personal secretary had also been respectful to her. Now that she was sucking up to Gu Nianji, she actually looked down on her. Wen Shuyi closed her eyes. Her face was so red that it looked like it was about to drip blood. She forced herself to calm down and put her hands behind her back. Her right hand clasped her left wrist and she began to tap gently on her watch. She was also sending out the Morse code. Wen Shuyi used to be He Zhichu's personal secretary, so she had also received special training in intelligence work. She was no stranger to these little tricks. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flickered as he saw Wen Shuyi's arm tremble slightly. Was she sending a message? Hua Xiaoheng's fingers moved slightly, and a steel ball the size of a grain of rice shot out from between his fingers. It directly hit Wen Shuyi's right elbow joint. At the same time, He Qingjian also caught a glimpse of Wen Shuyi's arm movements. He also flicked a coin over and hit Wen Shuyi's left elbow joint. Both sides came at the same time. Wen Shuyi's left and right arms instantly felt as if they were crippled. She was in so much pain that she was on the verge of collapsing. Not only did she lose her balance, but her entire body was about to lose consciousness. She gritted her teeth and held back the scream that almost escaped her mouth. However, her right hand could no longer send out the Morse code. Just like her left hand, it hung limply by her side. She broke out in cold sweat. It was as if she had been fished out of a river. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, her assistant saw that the situation was not good and immediately supported her, so she did not fall to the ground. At this moment, the two electrical experts from the Corps of Engineers had already finished testing the wiring and successfully found the location of the electricity meter. Perhaps the person who designed these two secret rooms was too conceited. He had never thought that someone would forcefully break into the secret room from the outside, so the wires inside were all self-contained. There was also a super-functional electricity meter that was used as an electrical control device. Reporting, Chief. The electricity meter shows that these two rooms have used a lot of electricity in the past 2 days. It shows that there was a large instrument running here. Without waiting for his personal secretary to speak, He Qingjian had already given the order calmly: lock down the entire hospital. Find the large instrument even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I want to see what kind of large instrument they used to attack Major General He. Out of the 3 platoons of troops surrounding the ward, 2 platoons were suddenly missing. Moreover, He Qingjian's personal secretary was giving orders to mobilize more manpower. If such a large instrument hadn't been moved away, then it must be in this hospital. However, to be on the safe side, He Qingjian's personal secretary also ordered the water, land, and air transportation in the imperial capital to be sealed off. He also ordered them to search for the means of transportation that could transport large instruments. On the live stream, the audience was intoxicated by this turn of events and crazily cheered for Gu Nianji. Even a group of usually more reserved technical otakus began to crazily fan her. If men started to chase after stars, women would have nothing to do with it. Anyone who dared to say anything bad about Lawyer Gu would immediately be attacked by a group of people. They would be singled out on the internet and beaten up until the other party was completely obedient and no longer dared to say anything unpleasant about Gu Nianji on the internet. The fake reviewers that Wen Shuyi had bribed were not as strong as these real fans. Basically, the moment they opened their mouths, they were judged by the fake reviewers. The technical otakus among the men could even follow the clues and find the IP address of the company that the fake reviewers belonged to and expose it online. Xie Qingying was also shocked and said repeatedly, "Lawyer Gu is too amazing. I've become a fan." Who would have thought that we could find so many clues in an empty room? Let's hear Director Wen's opinion again. As Xie Qingying spoke, she actually brought her live stream camera to Wen Shuyi. Her smile turned cold. Director Wen, aren't you going to say a few words? What exactly happened in this room? Why is Major General He unconscious after staying here for 24 hours? How would I know? Wen Shuyi was in so much pain that her tongue was stuck out, and her words were unclear. Xie Qingying didn't know that Wen Shuyi's arms had almost been crippled. She thought that Wen Shuyi was feeling guilty, so she sneered and asked, Director Wen isn't saying anything. Are you regretting saying too much just now? If Director Wen knows what's going on, please be merciful and let Major General He go. Xie Qingying was basically pointing out that Wen Shuyi was the culprit. Wen Shuyi felt that it was ridiculous. Finally, the pain in her arms eased a little. She quickly said, How would I know what the reason is? I don't know why the electricity consumption here is so high either. I have to go back for a meeting and ask the management here. That's right. Ask if it was done by a temporary worker. Gu Nianji pouted disdainfully. What else can you do other than let a temporary worker take the blame for you? I didn't say it was done by a temporary worker. Wen Shuyi looked at Gu Nianji calmly. Lawyer Gu, don't accuse me of anything. I've only been the dean for more than 10 days, and you expect me to know everything. You even want me to know the reason for the electricity consumption of an empty room. That's too much for me. Did I? Gu Nianji pointed at herself. You were the one who personally confirmed that there was nothing here and that it was just an empty room. Then let's check the electricity consumption and see if this room is empty as you said. Isn't that logical? You checked and found out the problem. I don't know the reason, so it's logical for me to have a meeting to find out the reason. Wen Shuyi imitated Gu Nianji's tone of voice. She actually imitated her speed and tone of voice quite well. Gu Nianji smiled meaningfully and patted Wen Shuyi's shoulder again. Lawyer Wen really admires me. I know. You've been secretly practicing how to speak to me for a long time, haven't you? It's been hard on you. However, the most important thing to do is to have your own characteristics. Do you know what it means to learn to walk? Also, learn to draw a tiger but end up like a dog. Wen Shuyi's arm had just recovered a little when Gu Nianji patted it. She felt like it was about to be dislocated again, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead again. She said almost intermittently, I'm just mimicking your tone of voice and being sarcastic. Lawyer Gu, you can't even tell. I'm very satisfied with myself. I've never thought of mimicking others' words and actions. Gu Nianji sneered and crossed her arms. I only said that you were mimicking my words, but I didn't say that you were mimicking my actions. Don't tell me you're secretly mimicking my way of doing things. Sigh, I have to charge you. Otherwise, you're a pirate. The corners of Wen Shuyi's mouth twitched. You're so shameless. You're getting better and better at talking to yourself. I've never learned from anyone. I just said, Lawyer Gu, don't use the same tactics you used in court against me. It's useless. Useless? Wasn't it quite useful just now? Gu Nianji said with a smile. She walked around Wen Shuyi and kept provoking her with words. In fact, she was stalling for time, hoping to find the two sources of infrasound emitters as soon as possible. Wen Shuyi knew what she meant. She was now in a difficult position. She secretly guessed that Gu Nianji must have an expert behind her. Otherwise, how could she have discovered the location of the secret room? Chapter 1689. However, even though these two secret chambers had existed for a long time, Wen Shuyi only found out about them recently. She quickly glanced at Gu Nianji and didn't dare to look in He Qingjin's direction. She drooped her eyelids and said weakly, "All right, you guys can do whatever you want. I have to go back and have a meeting with the management. Why does this room use so much electricity? I'll give you an explanation." As she spoke, she turned around, gritted her teeth, endured the pain in her arms, and pretended to be fine as she walked towards the elevator. She brought a lot of people with her. In addition to the staff from the director's office, there were also members of the Qin Corporation's private hospital's legal team. In addition to the bodyguard she hired and the new media people she brought, there were almost as many as He Qingjian and the others. Gu Nianji was furious to see her leave just like that. She was sure that Wen Shuyi knew something. Even if she didn't know the whole truth, she at least knew part of it. However, the problem was that although Wen Shuyi often fell into the pit she dug, as a lawyer, Wen Shuyi's ability to protect herself was extraordinary. Even if she had to cut off her tail to survive, she could still play on the edge of the law, so that people could not investigate her further. Last time, in the kidnapping case involving Gu Nianji, she had clearly interfered and deliberately misled He Zhichu. Because she insisted from the beginning to the end that she didn't know who she saw, the court couldn't convict her at all. However, He Zhichu was too concerned and had the misconception that Gu Xianguan had taken Gu Nianji away. As long as she didn't mention Gu Nianji's name, there was no way to convict her of perjury. Also, because her parents voluntarily took all the blame, Wen Shuyi was able to get out of the lawsuit unscathed. Gu Nianji's expression darkened. She silently watched Wen Shuyi's silhouette as she walked towards the other end of the corridor. Seeing that most of the reporters had left, Xia Qingying couldn't stay alone. She briefly repeated the entire process to the live camera and finally said, "We've already begun to search the entire hospital for any large equipment that might exist. I wonder if you're interested in continuing to wait." On the live stream, the word "wait" flashed across countless times, filling up the entire screen. Since the audience said that they would wait, Xia Qingying took the opportunity to stay. Ever since He Zhichu had gotten into trouble, she had been extremely anxious. However, the He family was not a place you could go just because you wanted to. Moreover, after He Zhichu's accident, He Qingjian had kept a close eye on the entire He family. The people who went in and out were all his trusted aides. The others, including the He family servants, were all kept in the workers' room and could not move around freely. The He residence was currently under military control. It was not until Wen Shuyi sent someone to call her and tell her about the hospital that she rushed over. There wasn't much she could do. All she could do was help He Zhichu to the best of her abilities. But now that she was working, it wasn't appropriate for her to pry into his personal affairs. She hesitated and glanced at He Qingjian a few times. She really wanted to ask him personally about He Zhichu's situation. However, He Qingjian was surrounded by a lot of people. She couldn't get close to him at all, let alone ask him questions. As for inviting him to do a live broadcast with a live camera, that old man had eaten arsenic and was tired of living. Just as the entire ward fell into a strange silence, He Qingjian's personal secretary's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. He quickly picked it up and asked, "What's going on?" The soldiers' surprised voices came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Reporting, "Chief. A large piece of equipment was found in the CT room. After being tested by the equipment experts, it's a large infrasound emitter source." "What?" "Infrasound emitter source. Infrasound weapon." He Qingjian's personal secretary shouted, "So Major General, he was injured by an infrasound weapon." He Qingjian's entire body trembled, and his brows furrowed tightly. His expression was filled with hostility, and there was a gloomy and heavy pressure that came before a storm. He strode towards the door. The orderlies beside him quickly followed, still surrounding him in the middle. Everyone moved too quickly. With so many people walking towards the door in unison, it was inevitable that they would crowd. Gu Nianji couldn't dodge in time and was almost squeezed to the ground by a few sturdy soldiers. She staggered back, but still couldn't stop in time. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a pair of strong arms reached out from behind and helped her up steadily. It was Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji instantly felt all the strength in her body return. She took advantage of the situation to stand firm. She turned around and was about to say, "Thank you," when she saw Hua Xiaoheng suddenly walk past her. He bent forward and picked up something from the ground. Gu Nianji. At that moment, Gu Nianji wasn't sure if Hua Xiaoheng had discovered the thing on the ground mainly to help her up, or if he had helped her up to pick up the thing on the ground. She quickly lowered her eyes and retracted her hand. Her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of small fans, covering the rolling emotions in her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng casually supported her waist with one hand, and his other hand was open. In his palm lay the thing he had just picked up from the ground. The place near the door was where Wen Shuyi had been standing just now. Gu Nianji also glanced at it and was surprised to find a round coin lying in Hua Xiaoheng's palm. It looked yellow. It looked like a gold coin. Or maybe it was plated copper. Just as Gu Nianji was about to ask, she saw He Qingjian stride back. He looked around the ground at the door and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng standing nearby. He opened his palm, and there was a round coin in his palm. It was a golden coin. He Qingjian's face darkened. He suddenly reached out and snatched the round gold coin from Hua Xiaoheng's palm. "Thank you," he said stiffly, turned around, and left again. Xie Qingying looked at Hua Xiaoheng curiously and chased after He Qingjian and the others. Her live stream audience was waiting for her to take them to see the infrasound emitter. Soon, there were only a few people left in the ward. Other than Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng, there were also a few orderlies from the He family who followed Gu Nianji. He Zhichu hadn't woken up yet, so He Qingjian wouldn't let Gu Nianji move freely. Gu Nianji also understood this, so she treated these orderlies as free bodyguards. She walked slowly to the elevator and asked Hua Xiaoheng softly, "Mr. Peter, is that General He's coin? It looks yellow and very shiny. It seems to be rubbed a lot." Hua Xiaoheng remembered that when he had hit Wen Shuyi's arm with the steel ball, he had seen He Qingjian attack from the corner of his eye. He nodded. "It should be his. I saw him throw it out just now." Gu Nianji became more curious. Throw it out? The coin that he threw? But he had already thrown it away. Why did he come back to look for it? Especially at a critical juncture like this, is it worth it? Hua Xiaoheng was deep in thought. His fingers rubbed a round gold coin in his trouser pocket. He couldn't take it out in front of Gu Nianji. The moment he took it out, he would be exposed. Because the round gold coin in his trouser pocket was found in Gu Nianji's pocket all those years ago. When she came to their world at the age of 12, other than the clothes she was wearing, she only had a small backpack on her back and a doll in her hand. There was a photo in the small backpack with Gu Nianji's name and birthday written on it. There was also a very advanced engine blueprint in the backpack. In addition, there was a round gold coin in her pocket. The gold coin was exquisitely made. On the front was a heart formed by 2 hands together, and on the back was a set of numbers, 1314. The set of numbers was held in the middle by a string of raised cursive English words below the edge. This string of cursive English words had been interpreted many times, but the alphabet experts in the other world still couldn't figure it out. Hua Xiaoheng's finger swiped across the string of raised cursive English words. He didn't need to look to know that the string of cursive English words on the left was happy, calm, justice, and the string on the right was queen, supper, wonder. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He turned to ask an orderly who was following them, "That coin just now belonged to General He. Does it have any special meaning?" The orderly also saw He Qingjian personally coming back to look for the coin. He smiled and said, "Everyone knows it. Don't you know, Mr. Peter?" Hua Xiaoheng, he smiled calmly. I only came to your country this year, so I don't know much. Gu Nianji was also very interested. She quickly asked the orderly, so you know. Little brother, don't hide it anymore. Tell me quickly. The orderly was indeed young, but he wasn't young either. He was in his 20s, and his face turned red when Gu Nianji called him little brother. He scratched his head awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "That's the gold coin that the chief specially minted for his wife. We all know about it. It was minted the year they got married, and only 11 were minted in total." Gu Nianji. She asked in disbelief, "The wedding souvenir is actually a minted gold coin. Is it a real gold coin? Or is it just a commemorative coin?" Of course it's a currency minted by the national mint that can be circulated. How could our chief use a commemorative coin to fool his wife? The orderly quickly spoke for He Qingjian. It's just that it's not publicly released. They were all collected by the chief and given to his wife as a betrothal gift. This was the first night watch of the day, chapter 1678, Wedding Souvenir. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second night watch. Moi, all big shots and little angels. Chapter 1690. Ah. Real currency minted by the National Mint as a betrothal gift. TSK, now this is a big deal. Mr. Peter, if you want to propose to your sweetheart in the future, you can use it as a reference. Gu Nianji smiled and winked at Hu Xiaoheng. Her bright smile bloomed like a sea of flowers in May. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He curled the corners of his lips and smiled coldly and arrogantly. If you're willing to marry me, I can also go back to the Soviet Union Mint to think of a way. Did she get the wrong person? Was this a fake Hu Xiaoheng? How could Hu Xiao, who had principles and a bottom line, do something like this? But on second thought, Hu Xiaoheng was still talking about the Soviet Mint. It was obvious that he was still speaking as the ace of the Far East, Peter. Gu Nianji snorted appropriately. How can you bargain over something like this? It's obvious that you're being perfunctory, and you're still saying that you're sincere. Is this your sincerity? Hu Xiaoheng smiled faintly and didn't reply. He had never thought of doing such a thing. All he could think about now was the 11 round gold coins. This was really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. As expected, things that came from here could only be found after returning here. It took the language and cryptography experts of the opposite world several years to uncover the true meaning of those cursive English words. However, after Hu Xiaoheng found out that this was He Qingjian and Qin Suwen's wedding souvenir, he immediately understood. Happy, calm, justice. If they were put together with their initials, it would be HCJ. It should be He Qingjian's initials. Similarly, Queen, Supper, and Wonder were arranged in alphabetical order. They were QSW, the abbreviation of Qin Suwen's name. He Qingjian engraved their names under 1314. The meaning was really profound. Hu Xiaoheng's hands were still in his trouser pockets, his fingers rubbing the coin as he followed Gu Nianji expressionlessly into the elevator. Several batches of people had already gone down. Gu Nianji and the others were the last to go down. When she arrived at the hospital CT room, Gu Nianji discovered that it was already packed with soldiers. Normal people couldn't get in at all. Gu Nianji wasn't an ordinary person. As soon as she arrived, the soldiers standing guard at the door immediately let them in. The people outside who couldn't squeeze in loudly complained, "Why can they go in but I can't? He's the chief's lawyer." "What are you?" The soldier standing guard with a gun said with a fierce face. Although he didn't dare to point his gun at the crowded crowd, the deterrence was enough. When those people heard that it was He Qingjian's lawyer, they stopped shouting. However, they all craned their necks and tiptoed, wishing they could see what was going on inside through the crack in the door. The full name of CT is computed tomography, in Chinese, meant computed tomography. Depending on the rays used in the scan, it could be called an X-ray scan or an ultrasound scan. Inside the CT room, the atmosphere was tense. Even the air was tense. The first thing Gu Nianji saw when she walked in was the CT machine that was as tall as a person. It looked like a silver-white donut, standing on a huge base in the middle of the room. In front of it was a reclining board the size of a single bed. During the CT scan, the patient lay on the long reclining board and was gradually sent into the circle in the middle of the donut to be scanned. In other words, the CT machine itself was a transmitter. Now that it wasn't working, there was a large gauze disc in front of the donut. Gu Nianji looked around the CT room curiously. She didn't seem to see where the infrasound emitter was. He Qingjian was standing next to the CT machine, glaring at the CT machine's donut. Gu Nianji wondered if the infrasound emitter had been modified into this CT machine. Just as her imagination was running wild, He Qingjian ordered, "Smash it." "You can't smash it. This is medical equipment. Do you know how many people are waiting for it to save their lives?" A doctor in a white coat looked at He Qingjian angrily but didn't dare to say anything. "General He. You can't do this." He Qingjian turned a deaf ear. He didn't even need to look at him, let alone explain. A few engineers quickly walked over to the donut with their tools and started working on the large gauze disc baffle in front of the donut. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. This large gauze disc baffle was actually an amplifier for the infrasound emitter, right? She quickly walked over to the doctor who wanted to rush over and block the donut CT machine with her body and said, "Don't worry, wait for our chief to perform a magic trick for you." As she said, "magic trick," Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of Lu Jin, and her heart warmed. A child with a father was indeed a treasure. The doctor watched for a while and saw that the engineers didn't dismantle the CT machine, but the large gauze disc baffle in front of it. He heaved a sigh of relief and muttered, "Do you dare to say one more word? Will it kill you to explain one more word?" Gu Nianji smiled and winked at him. You have to understand what the leader means by his words. Not long after, a few engineers removed the large gauze disc baffle and proceeded to remove the huge base of the donut. They had already detected what was in the base, so they were familiar with removing it. They were even faster than removing the large gauze disc baffle. When he saw that there was a silver-gray cylindrical machine hidden in the base of the CT machine, the doctor was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? How could this be? Where did this come from? The doctor looked so pitiful that he didn't look like he was faking it at all. Gu Nianji guessed that he was unlucky to be the doctor in this CT room. Now that there was a problem in the CT room, he had to be responsible even if he wasn't responsible. This silver-gray cylindrical machine was the infrasound emitter, and the large gauze disc baffle was actually the amplifier for the infrasound emitter. Gu Nianji walked up to take a look and clicked her tongue. This is really amazing. Such a high-power infrasound emitter source. No wonder it uses so much electricity. He Qingjian stood where he was without moving, but the anger in his eyes was no longer hidden. It was this lousy thing that made his son's life worse than death. He reached out and pointed at the infrasound emitter and amplifier on the ground. He said in a low voice, "Look again. There should be two of them. Take this one away. The entire hospital is sealed." The medical staff standing next to him was shocked and quickly said, "General He, it's understandable that you sealed this CT room, but what about the patients if you seal the entire hospital? What if someone gets sick? What should we do?" Gu Nianji was eloquent and immediately played her role as a lawyer. Is this the only hospital in the country? Will everyone die if they leave this hospital? The medical staff were stunned and didn't know what to say. Gu Nianji turned to He Qingjian's personal secretary. If the hospital is sealed, will the patients inside not be affected? He Qingjin's personal secretary quickly explained, of course the people inside won't be affected. It's just that the people outside can't come in, and the people inside can't go out. It was like being confined. That would be like being an innocent bystander. Gu Nianji pondered for a moment and asked, will the hospital be opened after the investigation is over? He Qingjian replied to her directly, from the looks of it, there isn't too much regulation of private hospitals, but too little. This is a major issue that concerns the national economy and the people's livelihood. The Qin Corporation shouldn't be allowed to open so many private hospitals carelessly. I will propose to the Senate and the Cabinet to clean up and investigate the private hospitals in the country. Those that fail will be closed down and punished according to the law. At the same time, we will strengthen the regulation of private hospitals. We can't let this place become a place outside the law. This was in response to Wen Shuyi's repeated statement that private hospitals were private property, and were sacred and inviolable. Gu Nianji clapped and cheered. I support General He. Since they want to open a private hospital to earn money, they have to be strictly regulated. Otherwise, don't open a private hospital. They can't say that they're saving the dying and helping the injured while using private property as a shield to refuse supervision, so that they can commit crimes in private. Putting the lives of the people in the hands of this kind of private, unregulated hospital is irresponsible to the citizens. It's a dereliction of duty by the government. In the live broadcast, Gu Nianji's words were once again bombarded with comments from the technical otaku fans. Private hospitals were indeed like a place outside the law in this country. On the one hand, they weren't as strictly regulated as public hospitals. On the other hand, they had a large team of lawyers and security guards. The professional medical troublemakers who showed off in front of public hospitals were as obedient as their grandchildren in front of private hospitals. There were even some professional medical troublemakers who took money from private hospitals and deliberately caused trouble in public hospitals. The Qin Corporation's private hospital was considered the best private hospital, but it had actually made such a big mistake. Xie Qingying immediately faced the live broadcast camera and said with a heavy heart, the Qin Corporation's private hospital even dared to plot against someone of Major General He status. What about ordinary people like us? In their eyes, we're just like grass, right? Do you still dare to come to the Qin Corporation's private hospital to see a doctor in the future? For the hospital industry, reputation was too important. With Xie Qingying's words, the reputation that the Qin Corporation's private hospital had built up for decades collapsed like an avalanche. All of a sudden, patients from the Qin Corporation's private hospital all over the country asked to be discharged, and those who were going to come to see the doctor changed their minds. At the same time, some patients began to file a class action lawsuit, demanding sky-high compensation from the Qin Corporation's private hospital. Wen Shuyi, who was in a meeting in the conference room, received one call after another from the person in charge of the subordinate hospital. Her expression gradually turned ugly. What's going on? Want compensation? Are we afraid of a lawsuit? We'll go against them in court. Wen Shuyi said coldly. This was the second update of the day, chapter 1679, Innocent in the Matter. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1691. The Qin Corporation's private hospital had been established for decades and had developed to the point where it now occupied half of the Huaxia Empire's hospital system. Naturally, it was wealthy. They had their own team of lawyers in the hospital system that could accompany them at any time to fight a lawsuit with ordinary citizens. Big organizations have plenty of time and money to waste, but how could ordinary people have so much time and money? Therefore, after consulting with lawyers, some of them chose to file a class action lawsuit to compete with the large corporations and consortiums. Wen Shuyi was not afraid of going to court. Not to mention the fact that she had graduated from a top law school in the United States and was qualified as a lawyer. She now had the backing of the entire Qin Corporation's private hospital group, so she had nothing to worry about. Moreover, a class action suit was perfect for breaking them down one by one. She was not worried at all. She was more worried about General He's anger and pressure. This was the trickiest part. She had lived with the He family for several years and knew how much General He valued He Ji-chu. Her expression was uncertain as she sat quietly in the conference room. The discussion of the hospital management echoed in her ears, but in her mind, she was thinking about how to calm General He's anger. She sighed softly and could only beg Auntie Qin to save He Ji-chu, when Shi narrowed her eyes as she looked at these people. They had to give He Qingjian an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, if he got angry, they would be like eggs hitting a rock. Over the years, although Qin Yaoguang had saved He Ji-chu's life, the Qin family had not forced him to repay her kindness. Instead, they had become even more submissive to He Qingjian and had never done anything to harm the He family. Moreover, Qin Yaoguang's medical skills were indeed brilliant. The reputation of the Qin family's private hospital over the years had been accumulated by the doctors in the hospital treating patients and saving lives. He Qingjian saw that they were down to earth in running a hospital and could provide more medical resources for society, so he tacitly allowed them to use his power to develop and grow in China. But ever since Gu Nianji returned, the situation had changed. A trace of viciousness flashed through Wen Shuyi's eyes as she coldly said, "It's useless no matter how much you argue. Speak clearly, where did the infrasound emission come from in the hospital?" The people in the conference room looked at each other in dismay. After a moment of silence, they started talking again. "How would we know? We're just a subordinate hospital. It's none of our business when the headquarters transfer equipment and manpower here sometimes." "That's right. Who knows where these two infrasound emission sources came from?" When Shi smacked the table with her hand. "Don't try to fool me just because I'm young. I wanted to check the surveillance in that CT room, but you said that the surveillance was broken. Now you're telling me that you don't know where the source of the infrasound emission in the CT room is coming from." An elderly department director in the conference room listened for a while and hesitantly said, "Actually, 2 days ago, when I was on the night shift, I went out for a walk in the middle of the night. I saw a few people using a car to pull a few large boxes out of the surgical building over there and into the CT room over here. I wanted to ask them about it, but when I saw that they had access cards to enter and exit the building, I thought that they were one of us, so I didn't say anything." "Oh." When Shi's heart tightened, and she quickly said, "Is there a surveillance camera at the entrance of this building? Let's see." She wanted to check the surveillance footage, but her secretary went out for a while. When she came back, she said awkwardly, "The surveillance footage at the entrance of the CT room is also broken." When Shi, what is the IT department in the hospital doing? The surveillance footage is just for show, isn't it? When Shi breathed a sigh of relief, but her temper flared up even more. She said harshly, "I don't care if you have surveillance footage or not. Someone has to take responsibility for this anyway. If we can't find out who did it, the person in charge will have to take responsibility." Gu Nianji said that she wanted to find a temporary worker to take the blame. When Shi felt disgusted just thinking about it. She wanted to show her that she wasn't the kind of incompetent leader who would find temporary workers to take responsibility for something. As soon as they heard that the person in charge would have to take responsibility, the conference room exploded again. This time, the hospital's management united to oppose Wen Shi, and they all objected to her taking responsibility. "If you don't take responsibility, who will?" Wen Shi sneered. "The company spent so much money to hire you, but you can't even do basic management. How dare you object? I'm telling you, if we can't find out who did it today, I can only hand over the people in charge." At that moment, someone pointed at the elderly department director and said, he saw someone pulling the equipment during his night shift, but he didn't stop it or ask about it. I think he failed in his duty. Yes, yes, yes. It's him. It's him. Maybe he was the one who stole it. He conspired with someone. Now that they had found a scapegoat, everyone immediately shared a common hatred and pushed this honest man out to take the blame. The elderly department director was on the verge of tears, but how could he fight against so many people alone? Soon, he was pressured by everyone to take responsibility. The corners of Wen Shuyi's lips curled up. She stood up and said to the management who was still arguing in the conference room, "You guys keep an eye on him. I'll go see General He." The conference room fell silent. The people sitting here were all the middle and upper management of this private hospital. However, in the entire Qin Corporation, they were still not ranked, and they couldn't curry favor with someone like He Qingjian. Now that they saw that Wen Shuyi could actually talk to He Qingjian directly, they couldn't help but feel respect for her. Previously, they had thought that she had relied on currying favor with Qin Yaoguang to become the executive director. They were a little unconvinced, but now they looked at her in a different light. Wen Shuyi's gaze swept across these people's faces and she smiled imperceptibly. She had never known how to easily control people's hearts. After coming out of the conference room, Wen Shuyi walked to the elevator with her secretary and bodyguards. She wanted to see how He Qingjian was doing and see if there was anything that could be salvaged. At most, she would bring Auntie Qin out and say that she could help wake He Zhichu up. Wen Shuyi knew very well that He Zhichu's condition looked serious, but it was actually not fatal. She just felt a little regretful. Just a little more, and He Zhichu would have been hers. When they arrived at the elevator door opened, and the person who walked out was He Qingjian's personal secretary. He had a few guards with him and an arrest warrant in his hand. When he saw Wen Shuyi, his hand trembled and he showed her the arrest warrant. He said coldly, "Director Wen, shouldn't you explain why there is a secret room in this hospital? Why is there an infrasonic wave emitting source in the secret room? Why did you attack our Major General He with infrasonic weapons?" Wen Shuyi took a step back and said calmly, "We were just having a meeting. There are indeed loopholes in the hospital's management system. I don't know why there is an infrasonic wave emitting source in the hospital. But I've already asked the person in charge of this hospital to take full responsibility for this matter." "Really? Then we won't stand on ceremony. He has to come with us." He Qingjian's personal secretary gave Wen Shuyi a meaningful look. "Director Wen is really swift and decisive. You quickly found someone to take responsibility. The hospital is managed by the person in charge. Everyone has their own scope of management. If something happens within his scope of management, of course he has to take responsibility," Wen Shuyi said in a low voice and stepped aside. He Qingjian's personal secretary followed Wen Shuyi back to the conference room. "It's him. If you have any questions, you can ask him." Wen Shuyi pointed at the person they had collectively pushed out to take the blame. When the person saw a group of ferocious soldiers rush in, his vision went black and he fainted on the ground. "Take him away." He Qingjian's personal secretary waved his hand and turned to Wen Shuyi. "Director Wen, this is just the beginning." He Qingjian's personal secretary took him away. Wen Shuyi looked at their backs and thought to herself that she had to hurry to see Auntie Qin and Old Master Qin. When she brought her people to the hospital gate, they were immediately stopped by armed soldiers. Wen Shuyi's secretary went forward and quietly handed a bank card to the soldier. She said softly, "This is the executive director of our headquarters. He's in a hurry to return to the headquarters for a meeting. Chief, can you let us out first?" The soldier blocked the bank card that the secretary handed over with his arm. With a click in his hand, he loaded the rifle in his arms. Without saying a word, he tapped the butt of the rifle on a sign beside him. When Shiyi's secretary then saw the sign at the door, military restricted area. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. The secretary, this is our hospital. When did it become a military restricted area? When Shiyi's secretary was so anxious that her face and neck turned red. She still wanted to shout. When Shiyi frowned and said, "You've already found the thing and caught the person responsible. Why are you still sealing off our hospital?" The soldier looked ahead and held his gun horizontally in his hand. He ignored her. His duty was to stand guard, not to explain to others. The troops that He Qingjian had brought this time were his direct subordinates. They were the elites of the elites, and they were only responsible to him. They were all cooler than him and never talked to people who had nothing to do with them. They pulled out their guns faster than they could speak. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, a convoy drove over. When Shiyi glanced at them and saw that they were all military plates. The one in the middle was He Qingjian's bulletproof car. She recognized it. The convoy slowly stopped in front of the gate. A soldier pushed open the car door and ran to the soldiers standing guard. He said loudly, "The chief has instructed that this hospital will be taken over by the police system. Withdraw." There was a whole squad of soldiers standing guard. After they finished the handover, they lined up and left. They got into the military vehicle and surrounded He Qingjian's convoy. They left in a mighty manner. From beginning to end, when Shiyi didn't have a chance to talk to He Qingjian, much less ask about Qin Yaoguang's condition. Her eyes dimmed, and the expression on her face became even more determined. She still had a tough battle to fight. She couldn't back down. Qin Yaoguang and Old Master Qin had both been taken away by He Qingjian. If she wanted to see them, she still needed He Qingjian's special permission. Therefore, when Shiyi ordered someone to drive to the He residence. At this moment, in He Qingjian's bulletproof car, Gu Nianji and Hua Shaoheng were sitting side by side opposite him. Gu Nianji was giving He Qingjian an idea. "General He, since we know the reason for young Master He's accident, we can prescribe the right medicine to save young Master He." This was the first update of the day, chapter 1680, this is only the beginning. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1692. The damage of infrasonic weapons can vary. He Qingjian sighed. "I still have to go back and discuss it with the doctor, the expert. Be careful." He still had to drag Qin Yaoguang out and force her to wake He Zhichu up. Because the best doctor in the military had already come to examine He Zhichu, and even he was helpless. He Qingjian knew that his last choice was Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji guessed that he was looking for Qin Yaoguang. After all, he had already captured her. If he didn't make full use of her, he wouldn't be He Qingjian. However, Gu Nianji didn't want Qin Yaoguang to get close to He Zhichu at all. She immediately said, "General He, are you looking for Qin Yaoguang to discuss it? You trust Qin Yaoguang that much? If she does something, it'll be too late even if you let the entire Qin family die with her." He Qingjian pursed his lips and said coldly, "She wouldn't dare. If she wanted to do something, she would have done it when she was treating Zhichu. At that time, in order to treat He Zhichu's congenital genetic defect, Qin Yaoguang had all the genes of He Zhichu, He Qingjian, and Qin Suwen to test her gene therapy. Although she failed again and again, she was not discouraged. In the end, he finally came up with the concept of gene editing. Not only did it open up a new world of genetic science, but it also completely cured He Zhichu. Of course, He Qingjian had already ignored Gu Xiangwen, who had actually put it into practice and succeeded. Gu Nianji looked at He Qingjian in surprise. She did not understand why he still trusted Qin Yaoguang so much. Gu Nianji didn't know what to say, but she would never allow Qin Yaoguang to get close to He Zhichu again. She really doesn't dare. Just because I haven't done it before doesn't mean I won't do it now. Gu Nianji argued, actually, I have another question. In theory, infrasonic weapons attack without discrimination, so why did they dare to place infrasonic weapons in old Mr. Qin's ward? At that time, Qin Yaoguang and old Mr. Qin were in the ward, but why was young Master He the only one who was affected? Have you ever thought about it? He Qingjian frowned. Qin Yaoguang should have been hit as well. As for Qin Bei, it doesn't matter if he falls for it or not. Because she fainted too. Gu Nianji didn't agree with He Qingjian's opinion. She had Lu Jin, the super cheat, so she said very confidently, Qin Yaoguang definitely didn't fall for it. She's so cunning, how could she fall for it? It must be an act. As expected, He Qingjian hesitated. Was he wrong? Qin Yaoguang was actually fine. He remembered that when he arrived, Qin Yaoguang had already fainted. However, she had fainted at the door, not in the ward. According to He Jichu's personal secretary, Qin Yaoguang had come out to talk to them for a while. Then, she suddenly said that she had a headache and fainted. Gu Nianji saw that He Qingjian was indeed hesitating, so she immediately said, if she was also hit, then she should still be unconscious like young Master He. I want to ask, how is she now? Are you awake? He Qingjian glanced at his personal secretary. His personal secretary immediately called the place where Qin Yaoguang and old Master Qin were being held and asked, how's the situation there? Has the detained suspect, Qin Yaoguang, woken up? The guard on the other side poked his head out to take a look and said, Qin Yaoguang is already awake. Qin Bei is still sleeping. He Qingjian's personal secretary immediately said to He Qingjian, Qin Yaoguang is indeed awake. Gu Nianji immediately said, look. Am I right? If Qin Yaoguang was also attacked by an infrasonic weapon, then young Master He should be able to wake up as well. But young Master He didn't wake up, which is enough to show that Qin Yaoguang wasn't injured by the infrasonic weapon. If it's true that she fainted, then there must be another reason. Gu Nianji's analysis was logical, and she was extremely convinced of her own reasoning. The corners of He Qingjian's eyes twitched, and his expression was extremely stiff, as if he couldn't believe this fact. Qin Yaoguang, the woman who had fallen in love with him since she met him at the age of 18 and had loved him for decades, dared to play tricks on him. He had admitted that she had played tricks on him. He had indeed let her down back then. But if she wanted to play tricks on his son, then he would be sorry. He Qingjian narrowed his eyes, and his fingers gradually clenched into fists. Gu Nianji continued to suggest, but I still find it strange that the three of them were in the same room. Why was young Master He the most injured by the infrasonic weapon? Should we check old Master Qin's oxygen mask and the clothes Qin Yaoguang was wearing? She realized that He Qingjian's suspicions about the Qin family weren't deep enough, and she was worried that when Shuyi would come up with some bad idea to exonerate Qin Yaoguang and old Master Qin. Therefore, she further guided He Qingjian to confirm his suspicions. He Qingjian also thought of this at this moment, and immediately said to his personal secretary, go get someone to move everything in that ward to the base laboratory. Have them check it carefully for me. Don't let anything go. Yes, Chief. He Qingjian's personal secretary quickly called the police and soldiers guarding the ward in the hospital to convey He Qingjian's instructions. The soldiers and police on the other side quickly moved to pack up all the equipment in the ward, from a piece of tissue to the entire hospital bed. The lockdown of the entire hospital had ended after He Qingjian found the source of the infrasonic wave emission and took the person in charge away. However, the ward was still a crime scene and was still sealed. The entire ward had been emptied, but He Qingjian's soldiers were still guarding the door of the ward, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. When the equipment and furniture in the ward were moved to the military base laboratory, He Qingjian had already returned to his home. He wanted to bring Gu Nianji to see He Jichu and have her accompany him and talk to him in his ear so that He Jichu wouldn't give up and persevere. He turned around and saw that the ace of the Far East, Peter, was still following him closely. He felt that he was an eyesore and said coldly, "Mr. Peter, don't you have to go to work?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "My current job is to accompany lawyer Gu." Gu Nianji, He Qingjian glanced at him and said aloofly, "Then wait outside. I want to bring Nianji in to talk." Hua Xiaoheng made a "please" gesture. He Qingjian pushed open the door to He Jichu's suite and walked in first. Gu Nianji walked to the door and suddenly turned around to look at Hua Xiaoheng deeply. Her eyes were firm and clear. Her dark jade-like eyes were so dark that it was as if light was shining from the depths of her pupils. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, and then his heart sank. He looked over again and saw that Gu Nianji had already revealed a mischievous smile. She reached out her slender, snow-white fingers and stroked his cheek. She said softly, "Mr. Peter, you're so shameless. How can you say something like that? Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Save it." She glanced sideways at him and locked her gaze on his face for about 5 seconds. Then, she lowered her eyes gently. Her long eyelashes, which were like crow's wings, covered her eyes. Her expression didn't change, but she had already turned her head away. That glance almost saw through Hua Xiaoheng's heart. He stood there alone and looked at Gu Nianji's straight and graceful back. This was the first time he felt Gu Nianji's mature charm. Her aura was almost on par with his, and they were on par. Gu Nianji was also excited, but she was already familiar with hiding her emotions. Even He Qingjian only looked at her in confusion and waved. "Nianji, come in quickly." Gu Nianji walked in and followed He Qingjian into He Jichu's bedroom. He Jichu was still lying in the oxygen mask. The instruments in the room showed that everything was normal, but the brain waves in his brain were still in an inactive state. He Qingjian looked at his son and was a little sad. "Nianji, I only have this one son. I'm willing to do anything for him to grow up safely and be happy for the rest of his life." Gu Nianji, what a pitiful parent's heart. Gu Nianji's heart softened at the thought of Lu Jin. She said in a low voice, "General He, actually, young master He's injury might not be as serious as we think. I can look up the treatment for this kind of injury online." "You can look it up online. How?" He Qingjian said lightly, "Are you trying to convince me not to listen to the experts and only listen to the information you found on the internet?" Gu Nianji sighed softly and said, "If you agree, I can look it up now. I promise it's not some random information. It's definitely reasonable and can directly guide the treatment." "It's that good?" He Qingjian looked at her suspiciously, but at this time, one more way meant one more way. In order to save He Jichu, He Qingjian was willing to accept any situation. The two of them talked for a while before they heard the orderly knock on the door. Reporting to Chief. The executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, Wen Shui, wants to see Qin Yaoguang. This was today's second update, Chapter 1681, Poor Parents. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1693. Qin Yaoguang and Old Master Qin had both been brought back by He Qingjian to assist in the treatment. If Wen Shi wanted to see them, she had to get He Qingjian's permission. Gu Nianji's heart tightened. When Shi was indeed here, she was quite daring. Not only did she not take her seriously, but she was also certain that He Qingjian would accept her suggestion in the end. In fact, if Lu Jin hadn't interfered, Gu Nianji was sure that Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi would have succeeded again. Gu Nianji's feathered eyelashes fluttered, and she said calmly, "General He, no matter what, I hope you can wait until the results of the test are out before making a decision." Young Master He's current condition is still stable. If you don't have full confidence, let someone treat him. You also know that a skilled doctor might be able to make young Master He suffer a fate worse than death. Gu Nianji made the consequences sound very serious because she wanted to plant more seeds of doubt in He Qingjian's heart. He Qingjian listened silently. With his hands behind his back, he paced around the room. After a while, he looked up at her and frowned. She didn't do anything back then. If she does it now, it will only anger me. What good will it do to her and the Qin family? Even if Qin Yaoguang wanted to do it, Qin Beiyue wouldn't allow her to do it. He Qingjian knew old Master Qin very well. This person had developed the Qin family from a small wealthy family in the south to a wealthy family. His knowledge and foresight were not something ordinary people could compare to. Gu Nianji didn't know old Master Qin very well, and she didn't want to analyze the problem from old Master Qin's perspective. She was only speculating about Qin Yaoguang and old Master Qin's mentality and actions from the worst possible angle. General He, of course what you said makes sense. However, what you said has a premise, and that is that what they did to young Master He in secret will be discovered by you. That's why you will be angered and take revenge on them. But what if they're so sure that they did it, and no one else will find out that it had anything to do with them? Gu Nianji raised her head slightly, revealing her slender, fair neck. Her expression was calm and collected. For example, this time, if you were also frightened, it would be less likely to be a relapse. Then, who knows where the secret room is? Who knows that there are infrasonic weapons in the secret room? Who knows that young Master He was attacked by infrasonic weapons 24 hours a day? He Qingjian was stunned. That's right, looking at things from a different perspective, the conclusion seemed to be completely different. From your own point of view, you believe that all conspiracies against young Master He will be discovered by you. The people who carry out the conspiracies will definitely suffer your merciless revenge. Therefore, those people will definitely not do things that are thankless, nor will they carry out any conspiracies against young Master He. But this is your mentality, not the mentality of the person who carried out the conspiracy. To put it simply, if people who do bad things believe that they will definitely be discovered, then no one in this world will do bad things. In fact, there are many bad people in this world. Why? Didn't they know that they would be punished if they were discovered? Of course they knew, but they thought they wouldn't be discovered. This is their motive and starting point. From this perspective, Qin Yaoguang and old Master Qin could have done something to hurt young Master He, as long as they are sure that you won't find out who the real culprit is. Gu Nianji's words completely changed He Qingjian's mind. It was true that he rarely tried to figure out the mentality of others from this angle. You're saying that they are sure that I will recognize Xichu as a relapse? He Qingjian muttered, so I will definitely find Qin Yaoguang to treat Xichu's illness, then I will definitely release her. During the treatment, I won't be able to tell what she will do even if I see her with my own eyes. Gu Nianji nodded heavily. You're right. That's the reason. We're not medical experts. It's too risky to hand the person we value the most to someone we don't trust. He Qingjian didn't say a word after hearing this. He walked back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. After walking for an unknown period of time, Gu Nianji felt like she was about to go blind. The knock on the door finally made He Qingjian stop. He looked up at the intercom and asked, "What is it?" "Reporting to Chief. The test report is out." The person who spoke was He Qingjian's personal secretary. Her voice trembled slightly. He Qingjian quickly opened the door. "Come in and talk." He Qingjian's personal secretary walked into the living room of He Zhichu's suite with a translucent red folder containing the test report. She closed the door behind her and said excitedly, "Chief. Qin Bei's oxygen mask and Qin Yaoguang's surgical gown are both mysterious." He Qingjian snatched the folder and opened it to read at a glance. Gu Nianji pretended to be curious and asked He Qingjian's personal secretary with wide eyes. What's the mystery? Can I know? He Qingjian's personal secretary quickly looked at He Qingjian and said, Chief, can you tell Miss Gu? He Qingjian said without looking up, it's okay. She's my lawyer. You can tell her. He Qingjian's personal secretary puffed out her chest and gestured to Gu Nianji with a beaming face. Lawyer Gu, you don't know, Qin Bei's oxygen mask. TSK, I think it can defend against a nuclear bomb. It can defend against magnetic energy, light energy, and electric energy. Of course, not to mention sound waves. Ultrasound and infrasound waves can be blocked. Qin Yaoguang is even more interesting. The surgical gown on her body, the surgical cap on her head, and the mask on her face are all vacuum. Gu Nianji already knew that vacuum was the most effective way to isolate infrasound weapons. However, she could only ask in confusion, what's wrong with vacuum? What's the point? You don't know this. Vacuum can isolate infrasound waves. He Qingjian's personal secretary stretched out her hand and almost slapped her thigh like an old woman in the countryside. However, halfway through her slap, she felt that it was inappropriate and too embarrassing, so she quickly turned around and slapped her other arm. Gu Nianji heard the crisp sound and saw He Qingjian's personal secretary grit her teeth in pain. She held back her laughter and clapped loudly. I understand. They all knew about the infrasound weapons beforehand, so they took precautions in advance. From the looks of it, young master, he was the only one who was attacked. He Qingjian had also finished reading the test report. Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei had irrefutable evidence. They could only lie to fools if they said they didn't know anything. Not to mention that He Qingjian was a cunning and very suspicious person. How could he be fooled by them? But what if he hadn't thought of testing the oxygen mask and surgical gown? Or perhaps he hadn't thought of where the secret room was and what the consequences would be. He Qingjian threw the report on the ground with a loud bang. He was so angry that he was panting heavily. His chest heaved up and down violently, he gritted his teeth, and his face turned purple. He was so angry that he was about to explode. At that moment, the orderly's voice came from the door. Reporting to the chief. The executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, Wen Shui, requests to see the chief. This time, she didn't say she wanted to see Qin Yaoguang. She said she wanted to see He Qingjian. Of course, she was here to plead for Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji had thought that He Qingjian would definitely not see Wen Shui, but after a few heavy breaths, He Qingjian said, let her in. He Qingjian left He Zhichu's suite and went downstairs to see Wen Shui. His personal secretary saw Gu Nianji's anxious expression and shook her head sympathetically. Without saying anything, she turned around and followed He Qingjian down. Gu Nianji ran out in a hurry and was grabbed by the arm by Hu Xiaoheng, who had been waiting at the door. What are you doing? Gu Nianji forcefully pried away his iron-like hand and said anxiously, I can't let Wen Shui continue to be glib. Calm down. Hu Xiaoheng grabbed her with a cold expression. He Zhichu is He Qingjian's son. No one can stop him if he wants to die. Whether his son lives or dies is none of your business. Mr. Peter, you've gone too far. Gu Nianji finally pried Hu Xiaoheng's hand away. She frowned and said unhappily, Young master, he has saved me many times. I can't just watch him be tortured by Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shui. I have to stop them. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips. His eyes were unfathomable, and his face was expressionless. He enunciated each word clearly. You saved He Zhichu's life in the first place. You don't owe him anything. This was no longer a secret. The He family knew about it. Hu Xiaoheng had heard Lu Jin mention it clearly when he had installed the bug as a member of the KGB. Gu Nianji took a deep breath to calm herself down. She said softly, just like last time, I didn't want you to be killed because of me, and I would take the bullet for you. Now that young master he is unconscious, and I know that those people have ulterior motives, I will never forgive myself for not helping him. In the end, she forcefully pried Hua Xiaoheng's hand away and ran towards the stairs. Hua Xiaoheng stood quietly for a while. He looked back and saw Gu Nianji's back disappear up the spiral staircase. The corners of his lips curled up, and he put his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked unhurriedly towards the staircase. In the living room of the He residence, Wen Shuyi was already sitting opposite He Qingjian. She was trying her best to persuade him. General He, I know you have a lot of questions, and so do I. But now is not the time to pursue these questions. The most important thing for us now is to wake young Master He up. And the only person who has the ability to wake young Master He up is Auntie Qin, Wen Shuyi said confidently. If you don't believe me, you have to believe Auntie Qin. She's infatuated with you, and she even had a child with you. I still remember how happy Auntie Qin was when she found out that she was pregnant with your child. It was as if she had the whole world. She's never been so happy in her life. Gu Nianji couldn't help scoffing when she heard this. She thought to herself that this was a living example of reasoning with reason and moving with emotion. She slowly walked over and stood behind the sofa where He Qingjian was sitting. She also put her hands in her trouser pockets and leisurely set up a bridge. Objection. Putting yourself in his shoes, since Qin Yaoguang wants to have a child with General He so much, she must hate young Master He to the core. How could she sincerely want to save him? This was the first update of the day, chapter 1682, Putting Yourself in His Shoes. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1694. Wen Shuyi's emotional expression was interrupted by Gu Nianji. She was very unhappy. She looked up at Gu Nianji and clenched her fists. Gu Nianji. Why do you have to think of others so unbearably and viciously? Auntie Qin is just happy to have her and General He's child. How can she hate young Master He to the bone? Where's your logic? You're not just spouting nonsense, you're slandering him. Wen Shuyi was so agitated that her face turned red. Gu Nianji shrugged. I don't think of others as unbearably and viciously. I just don't think of Qin Yaoguang as a saint who doesn't care about herself and only cares about others. She leaned forward slightly and said to the silent He Qingjian, General He, actually, if a woman really loves you, she will definitely be jealous of her rival in love. If she doesn't even have jealousy, then it's either not love, or she's lying to you. But for someone like Qin Yaoguang, who doesn't even treat her own daughter as a human being, how much sincerity does she have for someone else's son? Right? I'm just doing it from a human perspective. Gu Nianji was firing on all cylinders. Her expression was still indifferent, and her tone was still gentle and calm. The ancient said that one's child is also the child of others, but they didn't say that one's child is also the child of others. Wasn't what Qin Yaoguang had done to her the same as killing one's child and others' child? Using her life in exchange for He Zhichu's life. Wen Shuyi immediately caught the loophole in Gu Nianji's words and laughed. She glanced at He Qingjian and said, so Miss Gu is still unwilling to save young Master He. Auntie Qin did this to save young Master He. If Miss Gu has any complaints, I think young Master He has already repaid your favor for all these years. Gu Nianji looked at her calmly and said, you can still laugh. Young Master He is unconscious and his life and death are unknown. General He's heart is burning with anxiety. You're clearly here to discuss how to save young Master He, but you can still laugh at this time. Yes, I suddenly feel that you seem to have a plan for young Master He's condition. Could it be that this was also planned by you beforehand? These words were like a loud slap to Wen Shiyi's face. Her smile froze in an instant, like a human face in a plaster mold. Half of it was angry, and the other half was smiling. That expression was too horrible to look at. Wen Shiyi was furious. Gu Nianji's reaction was too fast. He Qingjian's gaze darted between Wen Shiyi and Gu Nianji. Seeing that they were arguing, He Qingjian suddenly said, "If that's the case, bring Qin Yaguang here and ask her what she can do." He gave his personal secretary a look, and the personal secretary quickly left the living room to bring Qin Yaguang. Gu Nianji frowned. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Hu Xiaoheng's finger suddenly shake twice in her direction from the corner of her eye. Gu Nianji immediately shut her mouth and stood there with an indifferent expression. She didn't say anything else. Wen Shiyi was overjoyed. She had come here to beg He Qingjian to let her see Qin Yaguang so that she could come out and treat He Zhichu's injury. Gu Nianji had come out to cause trouble. She had thought that the matter was over, but she hadn't expected Gu Nianji's words to be useless. He Qingjian obviously still trusted Auntie Qin. Wen Shiyi was instantly filled with confidence. She told He Qingjian about the situation at the Qin private hospital and expressed the hospital's determination to rectify it. It had to comply with the government's regulatory regulations and so on. She rambled on for a while before Qin Yaguang was brought in. He Qingjian's personal secretary followed him in and whispered in He Qingjian's ear, "Chief, Miss Xie Qingying is also here. She's been waiting outside for a long time to see young Master He." Xie Qingying. He Qingjian frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded slowly. "Let her in." He Qingjian's personal secretary quickly sent a message to the guard at the door to ask him to let Xie Qingying in. When Xie Qingying came in, she saw that there were quite a lot of people in the living room. He Qingjian sat alone on the large three-seater sofa facing south. Opposite him was also a large three-seater sofa, and Wen Shiyi was sitting there. On the single-seater sofa on the right was the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union, Peter, who was also Gu Nianji's suitor. On the single-seater sofa on the left was the famous knife in the brain surgery department, Qin Yaguang. Xie Qingying raised an eyebrow and looked at Gu Nianji, who was standing behind He Qingjian's sofa. Gu Nianji nodded slowly at her, then slowly took a few steps away from He Qingjian's back and stood on the right side of his sofa. She was right next to the single-seater sofa where Hu Xiaoheng was sitting. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at her from the corner of his eye and said with a half-smile, "Lawyer Gu, do you want to sit down too?" Gu Nianji crossed her arms and said calmly, "You're letting me?" "No, you can sit on my lap." Hu Xiaoheng stretched his legs and a faint smile blossomed on his face. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and ignored him. Her attention was already focused on Qin Yaguang. Qin Yaguang's full attention was on He Qingjian. She looked at him almost greedily, as if she hadn't seen him in a long time. When Xie Qingying saw this, she found a spot in the corner of the living room and stood quietly. He Qingjian's personal secretary whispered, "Miss Xie, there are seats over there." He pointed to the two European-style late Renaissance sofas by the window. The sofa was gorgeous and dignified, and in the middle was a small high table with complicated carvings. It was a good place to drink afternoon tea under the afternoon sun. Xie Qingying nodded and said softly, "Thank you." Then, she walked over and sat down. Wen Shiyi had already spoken. "Auntie Qin, are you feeling better?" Qin Yaguang knew that Wen Shiyi was asking about her fainting. She rubbed her forehead and said, "I'm fine. I just had hypoglycemia, so I couldn't hold on and fainted." Gu Nianji said expressionlessly, "Surgeons have hypoglycemia." "Dean Qin, did you have hypoglycemia in the past, or did you only have it now?" Qin Yaguang didn't want to talk to Gu Nianji, so she pretended not to hear her and continued to ask Wen Shiyi, "Why did you come to see me?" When Shi saw that Qin Yaoguang was ignoring Gu Nianji, so she felt very comfortable. Her expression became even gentler. Auntie Qin, it's like this. Young master, he hasn't woken up yet. It doesn't look like he has a relapse, but was injured by infrasonic waves. I want to ask you to help young master he. Your medical skills are excellent, Gu Nianji added. Dean Qin is the leader of the brain surgery department, but young master he's injury has nothing to do with the brain surgery department, right? Qin Yaoguang frowned and looked over. She scolded in a low voice, unruly. Why are you interrupting when others are talking? She's my lawyer. Her words are my words. He Qingjian actually spoke, and his tone wasn't very polite. Qin Yaoguang choked and glared at Gu Nianji. She said to He Qingjian, Brother He, don't spoil her. Don't call me Brother He. We're not related by blood, nor are we friends. I don't deserve to be called brother. He Qingjian was trying to cut off all ties with Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang's face turned pale. He. General He, what do you mean? Dean Qin, if you want to catch up, let's wait until young master he wakes up, okay? Gu Nianji retorted rudely. She looked at He Qingjian. General He, do you still insist on letting this person who doesn't care about young master he treat young master he? When I treated young master he, you weren't even born yet. Qin Yaoguang snorted coldly. Don't flatter me in front of me. It disgusts me to see it. She was completely blunt with Gu Nianji now. She was even worse than a passerby. However, the more she acted like this, the happier Gu Nianji was. If Qin Yaoguang put on a motherly face, she would have vomited to death. But you didn't cure young master he's illness. Gu Nianji threw out a sentence. Qin Yaoguang died. He Qingjian's eyes flashed, and he said, Jichu's injuries are very serious. I don't know how to treat him. Gu Nianji quickly said, General He, I told you, I'll find a way to save young master He. Don't make a rash decision. She was afraid that He Qingjian wouldn't let Qin Yaoguang treat He Jichu, so she quickly said, General He, since we found out that young master he was injured by infrasonic waves, we have to be more careful. Do you believe that a person who knows nothing about medicine will find those unreliable treatments online, or do you want an experienced doctor who knows young master he's physical condition like the back of his hand to treat young master he? Was there a need to choose just by listening to her? Of course it was Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji didn't look reliable. He Qingjian's gaze swept between Gu Nianji and Qin Yaoguang, then he said, Have you treated the same type of injury before? Gu Nianji was stunned. Of course she hadn't. She wasn't a doctor. Even for a doctor, it was rare to see such cases of people being injured by infrasonic weapons. Qin Yaoguang was also stunned for a moment, and her eyes flashed. She had never treated the same type of case before, but she had performed so many surgeries, and the treatment was similar. Therefore, Qin Yaoguang insisted, although I haven't done the exact same injury before, I will give him the most detailed examination, design the most perfect plan, and hand it over to the most capable specialist in our hospital to treat him. Gu Nianji sneered and looked up at the Italian crystal lamp hanging from the ceiling. So Dean Qin hasn't done it either. We're even. Can I be the same as you? Qin Yaoguang was about to get angry again. She glared at Gu Nianji. Who spoiled you with the habit of interrupting people at every turn? Can't you change it? Gu Nianji quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. She thought to herself, the person who spoiled me is sitting right here. It's a pity that you have eyes but can't see it. Before Hua Xiaoheng looked up, Gu Nianji had already looked away. She said, It's a pity that no one spoiled me. I was born and raised. Qin Yaoguang, when she coughed and couldn't help smiling. She said, General He, I don't need to tell you what choice you want to make, do I? He Qingjian leaned back on the low-key and luxurious Renaissance-style three-seater sofa. He frowned and said, "None of you have any experience. I still don't think it's reliable. What should we do?" "General He, Auntie Qin actually has experience, but it's not exactly the same. However, that's how surgery is. A real expert is someone who can master everything. She's not like those who haven't even entered medical school. They think that they can become medical masters just by searching on Google." Wen Shuyi was obviously mocking Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's confidence came from Lu Jin. Lu Jin was the one who had drawn up the treatment plan for He Jichu, so she argued confidently with Wen Shuyi. "You make it sound like you don't know how to search," Gu Nianji replied with a faint smile. "The key is to know how to search." He Qingjian listened to them argue for a while before saying slowly, "If that's the case, I want you to treat the same injury first. If you can cure it, then use it on Ah Chu." Gu Nianji suddenly looked up at He Qingjian, and the smile on her face turned cold. "Good, very good." As expected of the ruthless and cunning He Qingjian, he actually wanted to experiment on a living person. Gu Nianji couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. He Jichu's life was a life, but wasn't the life of an ordinary person a life? She asked softly, "General He, what do you mean? I don't understand." He Qingjian looked at her, then at Qin Yaoguang. He said, "I'll restore the entire environment of that ward, including the secret room. Then, I'll put the two of them in that simulated environment for 24 hours. After their injuries stabilize, you can use your methods to treat these two people. Let's see who has the best method of saving them. We'll use it on Ah Chu." Gu Nianji's heart sank. As expected. She pursed her lips and resisted the idea because she didn't want to use ordinary people as practice. Wen Shuyi and Qin Yaoguang were pleasantly surprised. "That's great. Let's do that. General He, don't worry. We'll definitely save that person." He Qingjian nodded. "I'm relieved that you said that." He waved his hand expressionlessly. "Someone, rebuild the ward and the secret room. Transfer Qin Bei to that ward. No oxygen masks, all of them in their natural state. Use their infrasonic weapons to shoot infrasonic waves at him for 24 hours. Qin Bei was Old Master Qin Yaoguang's father, and the chairman of the Qin Corporation's private hospital. This was today's second update, Chapter 1683, Beating Them at Their Own Game. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1695. Qin Yaoguang raised her head abruptly. Her eyes, which had been misty and blurry just a moment ago, almost popped out of their sockets. She subconsciously said, "What? You want to use my father as an experiment? How can that work?" Gu Nianji's lips were also wide open. She was about to object, but when she heard the name Qin Beiyoi, it was like a silencer. She couldn't say a word. Although she couldn't bear to see ordinary people being used as live experiments, Qin Bei, this old man couldn't be said to be an ordinary person at all, and he wasn't an innocent passerby. Gu Nianji slowly pursed her lips, and her lively eyes looked back and forth between Wen Shuyi and Qin Yaoguang with interest. He Qingjian sat up straight and slowly replied to Qin Yaoguang, "Why not? When you guys fired infrasonic waves at my son, I didn't hear you guys say no." Although his voice was slow and his tone wasn't particularly heavy, the meaning behind his words made Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shuyi shiver together. They had almost forgotten how ruthless He Qingjian was. In the past, He Qingjian had never used his methods on them, so they really didn't feel it deeply. When He Qingjian had chased after Gu Xiangwen until the sky was dark, and Gu Xiangwen had no choice but to burn himself to death in public, they had been quite impressed by He Qingjian's abilities and methods. However, when this kind of ability and methods fell on them, they realized that it was really an unbearable weight in life. When Shi's mind raced as she said, "General He, it was an accident that young master he was injured by an infrasonic weapon. I believe that Auntie Chin and old Master Chin didn't know about it. Also, where the infrasonic weapon came from is also a problem. You don't think that our Chin Corporation's private hospital group can get such an exquisite weapon, do you?" He Qingjian stared at her intently. He thought that if it weren't for the fact that he had tested the oxygen mask on Qin Bei's body and the surgical gown on Qin Yaoguang's body, when Shi's words would definitely have convinced him. He would never believe that this matter had anything to do with the Qin Corporation. He might even think that someone was deliberately framing him. Gu Nianji was also sweating profusely. If Lu Jin hadn't tested that there was something wrong with the oxygen mask and Qin Yaoguang's surgical gown, she wouldn't have reminded He Qingjian to do these tests. Perhaps they would eventually discover the problem, but by then, He Zhichu would have definitely been operated on by Qin Yaoguang. At that time, even if they discovered the mystery of the oxygen mask and surgical gown, what could they do? He Zhichu had already become their bargaining chip. No matter how powerful He Qingjian was, he wouldn't watch his only son die. Gu Nianji could only secretly feel ashamed and lucky after thinking about this series of arrangements. The only thing they didn't expect was that Gu Xiangguan wasn't dead. Therefore, he let go and did it unscrupulously. Lu, after Lu Mu, and Lu ago, bin Lu ago. Hua Xiaoheng sat calmly in his seat with his legs crossed. He didn't speak and looked lazy, but he was actually carefully observing the expressions and movements of the people in the room. Perhaps it was the onlooker who saw things more clearly. After watching for a while, he found an interesting phenomenon. Gu Nianji and Qin Yaoguang were biological mother and daughter. The two of them did look very similar, especially their pair of curvy lips. They were so lifelike that it was as if they had been measured with a ruler. However, when Qin Yaoguang's eyes widened, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly realized that Qin Yaoguang's eyes were completely different from Gu Nianji's. Gu Nianji's eyes were large, round, and full. They were so dark that they were translucent, and her eyelashes were long and thick, with a natural mascara effect. Qin Yaoguang's eyes were actually slender almond-shaped eyes. However, the center of her eyes was relatively round, so at first glance, she looked somewhat similar to Gu Nianji's big eyes. When she widened her eyes, this difference was clearly revealed. Gu Nianji's eyes were completely different from Lu Jin's. Generally speaking, a child's facial features were somewhat similar to their parents. Some resembled their father, while others resembled their mother. For example, Gu Nianji's lips looked like Qin Yaoguang's, her tall and straight nose resembled Lu Jin's, and the shape of her face was similar to the combination of the two of them. Only her eyes did not resemble either of them. However, Hua Xiaoheng did not pay much attention to it. Since the appearance of a child resembling neither its father nor its mother was a common occurrence in the population, his discovery did not prove anything. Hua Xiaoheng suppressed this thought in the depths of his heart and continued to observe the people in the room. He Qingjian put down his crossed arms and stared intently at Wen Shui. He said calmly, "Yes, where did such an exquisite weapon come from? It's indeed a problem. In the land of goodness that I'm in charge of, this kind of situation occurred, and it was used on my own son. I have to bear the main responsibility, and I can't absolve myself from the blame." Wen Shi did not expect He Qingjian to take the initiative to take responsibility. She quickly said, "General He, don't blame yourself too much. We don't know what exactly happened. Besides..." Her gaze drifted to where Hua Xiaoheng was sitting. "I can't think of any other country that has the ability to transport such a large weapon to our country without anyone noticing and store it in a secret room. Other than the KGB of the Soviet Union and the CIA, I can't think of any other country that has the ability to do so." Gu Nianji was a little nervous. She had to admit that Wen Shuyi was quite capable. She was good at shifting the blame. To be honest, if it weren't for the irrefutable evidence provided by Lu Jin, He Qingjian would have most likely believed that this was a conspiracy by foreign forces against He Jichu. Everything had been shifted to the KGB of the Soviet Union, but it was actually shifted to Peter. It was perfect. Gu Nianji had not forgotten that He Jichu had shot and killed a few Soviet snipers outside the hospital. Her hand unconsciously dropped and landed on the edge of Hua Xiaoheng's sofa. Hua Xiaoheng saw it from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help reaching out and holding her hand. Her hand was cold, but her palms were sweating. This girl was tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Hua Xiaoheng gently squeezed her hand to tell her not to worry too much. Gu Nianji immediately felt her courage multiply, and her mind worked faster than usual. She shook off Hua Xiaoheng's hand and raised her arms, still crossed them. She sneered, "Yo, Director Wen, you're breaking the rules by shifting the blame. It clearly happened in your hospital, and the person you pushed out to take the blame was also your hospital's management. You've completely forgotten about it. If you ask me, if it was the KGB of the Soviet Union or the CIA, would they need to use such a stupid method to deal with young Master He?" Gu Nianji shrugged and gestured a pistol with her hand. She aimed it at Wen Shuyi and imitated the sound of a gunshot. She said, "They're best at sniping and assassinating. With such a good place like the secret room, wouldn't it be better for the sniper to hide inside and kill him with one shot? It would take another 24 hours to leave an infrasound emitter in there, but it would only make young Master He faint. Such a stupid method to frame the KGB of the Soviet Union and the CIA. You've lowered their IQ, Gu Nianji said meaningfully. Gu Nianji said meaningfully. Her bright eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. The ridicule in her eyes was obvious. Wen Shuyi was extremely annoyed with Gu Nianji. A good game of chess had been messed up by her. Why was such a person still alive in this world? Wen Shuyi scoffed and said, "I didn't expect Lawyer Gu to know so much about the KGB of the Soviet Union's methods. Is it because you have contact with the KGB of the Soviet Union? Director Wen, if you're stupid, you should read more. I got all that I knew from books. The history of the KGB of the Soviet Union, the man who ran a spy, the autobiography of a KGB agent, and my days as the director of the CIA. Read about these books." These books were actually the bedtime that Hua Xiaoheng had given Gu Nianji back then. Storybook. At that time, Gu Nianji was young and didn't dare to make any requests. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know how to take care of a child, so he gave her the entertainment books that he usually read during his leisure time as bedtime reading. Gu Nianji, who had an excellent memory, read them once and memorized the contents of these books. Now, she could recite any sentence that was mentioned casually. Wen Shuyi glared at Gu Nianji and pursed her lips. "All right, Lawyer Gu, we all know that you're knowledgeable, but this isn't the time for you to be smart. Young Master He is still unconscious. You finally realize that young Master He is unconscious." Gu Nianji pursed her lips. "I saw that you were rambling just now, even bringing up the KGB of the Soviet Union and the CIA. That's why I helped you out. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then forget it." Wen Shuyi was so angry that she was about to explode. She had been trying her best to persuade her, but Gu Nianji had mocked her for doing a crosstalk. If they weren't at the He family's house, Wen Shuyi felt that she wouldn't have let her off easy. He Qingjian also said, "You're getting off topic. What we need to do now is to save Ah Chu. My opinion won't change. Qin Baoi, you must go to the rebuilt ward and receive a 24-hour infrasound attack. Only then can you perfectly restore Ah Chu's injuries. But my father is so old. He definitely won't be able to survive for 24 hours. Qin Yaoguang cried out and pounced on him, almost kneeling on the ground. General He, I beg you. I beg you. Someone else. She raised her hand and pointed at Gu Nianji, who was standing diagonally behind He Qingjian, and said loudly, "Change to Nianji. She's young and in good health. And young master, he treats her so well. She definitely won't object, right? Nianji." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, "Why do you want me, a completely unrelated person, to pay for what you did? This isn't fair." "I'm sorry, I don't agree. I'm willing to save young master He, but I can't take the blame for you like this." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and saw Wen Shui, who had a faint smile on her lips. She raised her chin. "General He, if old Mr. Qin is too old, you can change to Wen Shui. She is the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. Other than old Mr. Qin and Qin Yaoguang, she has the highest status. She is about the same age as young Master He, and she is also very healthy. She is the best material for human experiments." When Shui's smile froze on her face, Gu Nianji didn't allow her to refute. She continued, "Director Wen, as the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. You've received so many benefits from the Qin family, and the Qin family has practically given you a second life. You definitely won't refuse such a small favor, right?" This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1684, Definitely Won't Refuse. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1696. The light in Wen Shui's eyes dimmed. Gu Nianji was too vicious. She had actually set up such a trap for her. How could she answer? The Qin family had indeed been very kind to her. Her current status was entirely due to the Qin family. He Qingjian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked Wen Shui up and down, as if he was thinking about the feasibility of this suggestion. Seeing this, Qin Yaoguang quickly said, "Shui can do it too. She's indeed young and healthy. Gu Nianji isn't willing, but Shui will definitely be willing. Isn't that right, Shui?" When Shui was helpless, but the situation was not in her favor. She couldn't be as willful as Gu Nianji. With a backer, she could do whatever she wanted and refuse directly. When Shui lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. "Old Mr. Qin is indeed too old. It's really not good for him to be attacked by an infrasonic weapon for such a long time. I'll go. I believe in Auntie Qin. Auntie Qin will definitely cure me. Good child. My father and I didn't dote on you in vain." Qin Yaoguang turned around and came to Wen Shui's side. She held her hand tightly and spoke with great heartache. He Qingjian nodded. "Okay, then Wen Shui can go in too. You can stay with Qin Bei inside. If anything happens to him, you can take care of him." "Ha!" Qin Yaoguang suddenly turned her head and looked at He Qingjian. "Didn't I ask Shui to replace my father? Why are both of them inside?" He Qingjian picked up the gold-plated orchid teacup on the coffee table in front of him and blew on it gently. He took a sip and said, "When did I say I wanted her to replace me? However, since she took the initiative to go, I won't stop her. With one more experimental target, the data will be more complete." "Okay. It's settled then." Qin Yaoguang's heart was as bitter as if it had been soaked in cactus juice. However, looking at He Qingjian's cold and vicious expression, she still loved him. Moreover, her love for him hadn't lessened at all. Instead, it had grown stronger. This man was really determined to eat her up. Qin Yaoguang sighed in her heart and reached back to touch Wen Shui's face. "Good child, you can stay with my father. I'll definitely cure you." Wen Shui closed her eyes. She knew that Qin Yaoguang was unreliable. He had no choice but to take this opportunity to win over old Master Qin. He would settle the score with Gu Nianji after he recovered from his injuries. She looked up abruptly and glared at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's great, just the two of us. One can test Dean Qin's treatment method, and the other can test my method." Wen Shi gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Don't dream too much. Mr. Qin and I went there for Aunt Qin. If you want to do the experiment, find someone else." She wasn't going to help Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't take it seriously and smiled at He Qingjian. "General He, what do you think? Which one is for me to experiment on?" Unexpectedly, He Qingjian turned around to look at her and said with a smile, "Then there's nothing I can do. If they don't want to, I can't force them to be your experimental subjects, can I?" Gu Nianji almost choked and started coughing. "You make it sound like he didn't force her. Who was the one who said they wanted to use live people for experiments? Whether it was Qin Bei or Wen Shi, did they have the right to say no?" Now they were playing this game with her. Gu Nianji knew that He Qingjian didn't completely trust her. Or rather, once his suspicions were aroused, it would be very difficult to dispel them. She clenched her fists and said stubbornly, "Then what should I do? I can't find two living people to experiment on. General He isn't willing to do one more method for young Master He. If that's the case, why should I be a villain?" She turned to look at He Zhichu's room upstairs and said loudly, "Young Master He, I tried my best. It's not that I didn't want to save you, but your father made things difficult for me and put the Qin family's free will above your life and death. If you have any dissatisfaction, look for your father." He Qingjian was so angry at Gu Nianji that his face instantly darkened. "Gu Nianji, what are you talking about?" He Qingjian glared at her angrily. "When did I put the Qin family's free will above my son's life and death? Just now, they didn't want to be my test subjects. You said it yourself. You said you couldn't force them. Isn't that putting their free will above your son's life and death?" Gu Nianji argued fearlessly with He Qingjian. He Qingjian glared at her for a while and suddenly laughed. Good, good, good. No one has ever dared to yell at me. You, Gu Nianji, are the first. There's always a beginning. Just get used to it, Gu Nianji retorted bluntly. She was so angry that she couldn't care less. He Qingjian waved his hand and said, "Then I'll let you practice with Wen Shi." He agreed to let Gu Nianji use Wen Shi as the test subject. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to say yes, Qin Yaoguang spoke again. "No." She objected flatly. "Let's put it this way. My father is too old. Even if he were to be attacked by infrasonic waves 24 hours a day in the ward, the damage he would suffer would be very different from young Master He's. People of different ages have different vital signs. The treatment that works on young people might not work on old people. And vice versa. Therefore, my father is only going to accompany me. Shi is the one who can really let me test the treatment method." Qin Yaoguang looked at Gu Nianji coldly. "Gu Nianji, if you have to joke around with human life, you have to find someone else. Because Wen Shi is the only suitable candidate to test my treatment method. Otherwise, you can use my father as an experiment." She was sure that Gu Nianji wouldn't use Qin Bei, an old man in his 70s, as an experiment. Gu Nianji was indeed in a difficult position. She didn't feel bad because Qin Bei was old, but because what Qin Yaoguang had just said made sense. Age did play a role in this treatment method. But where was she going to find a young man about the same age as He Zhichu? When Shi coughed and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng, she said softly, "Actually, isn't there a particularly suitable candidate over there?" Since Mr. Peter is pursuing Miss Gu, he can't make things difficult for Miss Gu, right? Why don't Mr. Peter help Miss Gu find someone to experiment with? Gu Nianji's face instantly turned cold and she said sternly, Wen Shui. Are you trying to start an international dispute? Mr. Peter is the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union. Are you tired of living to use him as a live experiment? Or do you think our country is too peaceful and there are no wars? If you dare to touch him, the KGB will make you die a graveless death in minutes. He Qingjian also thought that Wen Shui was being ridiculous. She was tired of living to use Peter as an experiment. Alright, why don't I go find someone else? He Qingjian waved his hand. Wen Shui will experiment with Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji was extremely conflicted. She trusted Lu Jin's method very much and knew that it would definitely work. However, she had to convince He Qingjian, which was more difficult. He Qingjian seemed to be someone who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Words were worthless. He had to see the results before he would let her help treat He Jichu. However, Gu Nianji felt that it was too cruel to randomly find someone to undergo this kind of experiment. She couldn't get over this hurdle. General He, that's not good. Can't I demonstrate it for you on the computer? In a moment of desperation, Gu Nianji thought of an idea. I'll experiment with mice. The effect will be the same. How can that be the same? You have to use living people for the experiment. Wen Shui added fuel to the fire. If we could use mice, why would General He let us into the ward? She used He Qingjian's words to shut Gu Nianji up. Gu Nianji was speechless for a moment. While they were in a stalemate, a gentle and firm voice came from the corner of the room. I'll do it. I'll go to the ward for 24 hours. Then, Miss Gu, you can use me as an experiment to test your treatment method. Everyone turned around and saw Xie Qingying slowly stand up from the single-seater sofa in front of the window. The sunlight shone in from the window and gilded her body. He Qingjian was surprised and delighted. Is it Qingying? Are you really willing? Yes, I'm willing. She walked over and stood in front of He Qingjian. General He, as long as we can save young Master He. She had been listening in the corner for a long time and finally pieced the whole thing together. The power of love could make a woman ignore life and death. Gu Nianji looked at her with a complicated expression and didn't know what to say. Xie Qingying smiled at her. Lawyer Gu, don't worry. I'm doing this voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you. She could already tell that Gu Nianji was in a dilemma because she didn't want to use ordinary people as experiments. She admired her innocence, but now she had to save He Jichu. She couldn't delay any longer. Lawyer Gu, let's start as soon as possible. I hope to wake young Master He up as soon as possible, Xie Qingying said calmly. Gu Nianji knew that He Jichu's condition wasn't as serious as it looked, but others didn't know. Xie Qingying didn't have to suffer. But other than that, she had no other way to convince He Qingjian. General He, what do you think? She had no choice but to turn to ask He Qingjian. He Qingjian had already returned to normal and nodded calmly. There's no time to lose. We'll start right away. But before that, you need to sign an agreement to say that you're participating in this experiment voluntarily. He looked at them and said slowly, after you go in, life and death are up to fate. It has nothing to do with anyone else. This was today's second update, Chapter 1685, Putting Life and Death Aside. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1697. Percent. R, V, C, R, T, H, 0, C, H dollar A G H F asterisk CK H dollar H P dollar F asterisk CK. Chapter 1698. I can't tell Achu either. He Qingjian said lightly, holding the amber pipe in his hand and looking at her calmly. In short, you can't tell anyone. You, I, and my personal secretary know about this. Gu Nianji had just been thinking that if she only hid it from Xie Qingying, even if she didn't say anything, busybodies would run over and tell Xie Qingying. But now, hearing He Qingjian's further request, it didn't seem that simple. Do you really think you can hide it like this? Gu Nianji couldn't help asking. She wasn't trying to argue, she just felt that it was a little unreliable. After all, Wen Shui, Old Master Qin, and Xie Qingying were in the same room. Even if they could hide it from the people outside, they couldn't hide it from them. He Qingjian gave a faint and stood up. Come with me. He brought Gu Nianji to a room next to the small conference room and said, the simulation ward is being monitored here. The person sitting in front of the monitor was He Qingjian's personal secretary. His expression was calm as he stared intently at the big screen in front of him. Only then did Gu Nianji realize that there was something more to this simulated ward. The entire room was exactly the same as the one in the Qin Corporation's private hospital. However, in the middle of the room, there was a stiff white curtain that hung from the ceiling to the floor, dividing the room into two halves. To the left of the curtain were two people. One was Wen Shui, and the other was Qin Bei. There was only one person on the right side of the curtain. It was Xie Qingying. She was wearing a surgical gown, a surgical cap, and a surgical mask. She was already sleepy. They're in the same ward, but they can't see each other, He Qingjian said softly. 24 hours later, they should be unconscious. Therefore, it was impossible for them to know what happened after that. He Qingjian's personal secretary continued, this Miss Wen is really vigilant and suspicious. She was talking to Miss Xie through the curtain. Is she talking to Xie Qingying? What are you talking about? Gu Nianji asked curiously. Are they close? I don't know if they are familiar with each other, but I understand what Miss Wen means. She wants to make sure that Xie Qingying is on the other side. He Qingjian's personal secretary sneered and shook her head. He's already very impressive. Gu Nianji sighed softly. In this aspect, she especially admired Wen Shui. This person's fighting spirit was especially tenacious, and his energy was especially exuberant. One had to know that it was very tiring to scheme against others at all times and for oneself at the same time. Not only was it mentally taxing, but it was also physically taxing. Gu Nianji felt that she needed to learn from Wen Shui in this area. She couldn't always be passive. He Qingjian's gaze shifted from the surveillance screen to Gu Nianji's side profile. He looked at her quietly for a while and said, if you tell anyone about this, I'll have no choice but to marry you to my son, He Zhichu. Gu Nianji, her heart was in her throat, and the air in the control room almost froze. Gu Nianji stared at He Qingjian in disbelief. She felt like she couldn't breathe and was completely suffocating. The personal secretary in front wished she could plug her ears. You don't believe me. If you don't believe me, try it. He Qingjian turned around and left the surveillance room. As soon as he left, Gu Nianji finally felt like she could breathe again. She took a deep breath, patted her chest, and left the control room without saying anything. When she returned to her suite, she saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting leisurely on the sofa in the living room, flipping through a military magazine. Gu Nianji suddenly calmed down. She walked over to him and sat down, then said, Mr. Peter, do you know how to cook? Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her and shook his head. I said I don't. Don't you want to learn? Gu Nianji leaned forward and asked. You're so smart. You'll definitely learn very quickly. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in cooking. Hua Xiaoheng closed the military magazine and threw it on the coffee table in front of him. He crooked his finger at Gu Nianji and smiled faintly. But if Lawyer Gu is willing to give me a kiss, I'll get someone to cook for you. Then forget it. Gu Nianji rubbed her fingers and said listlessly, I'm going to sleep for a while. It'll be about time when I wake up. Go to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng took the military magazine and lowered his head to read it. I'll stay here with you. Gu Nianji had always been nervous at the He family's house, but this time, with Hua Xiaoheng accompanying her outside the bedroom door, she felt extremely safe and at ease. Lying on the bed in the bedroom, she fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, it was already time for the surgery experiment. When Shi, Qin Bei, and Xie Qingying had already been in the simulation ward for 24 hours. Gu Nianji quickly rushed to the surveillance room to check on the movements of the three of them. She saw that Wen Shuyi and Old Master Qin were in very bad condition. Wen Shuyi rubbed her temples with one hand, and her expression was very pained. Her other hand was rubbing her chest, as if she was about to vomit at any moment. Old Master Qin, who was beside her, was also pale. He was already paralyzed on the sofa, unable to move. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms. It's already been 24 hours, and they still haven't fainted. Looks like the power of the infrasonic weapon isn't enough, right? Soon. He Qingjin's personal secretary stared at the surveillance video as he operated on the dashboard. Within a few seconds, Gu Nianji saw Wen Shuyi and Old Master Qin faint one after another. Wen Shuyi collapsed in the aisle towards the door. Old Master Qin fainted on the sofa. On the other side, Xie Qingying rubbed her head, tilted to the side, and fainted as well. Gu Nianji leaned over in surprise. What's going on with her? We injected some gas, and she fainted when she smelled it, He Qingjin's personal secretary said implicitly. Gu Nianji understood and didn't ask further. She heard the door behind her and turned to see He Qingjin walking in. The operating theater is ready according to your request. Do you want to go take a look? He looked at Gu Nianji inquiringly. Gu Nianji put down her arm. I'll go take a look. I also need to check Wen Shuyi's vital signs first. Send her to the operating theater immediately, He Qingjin ordered. He Qingjin's personal secretary ordered someone to bring the three people who had fainted out of the simulation ward and sent them to the three operating theaters. Qin Yaoguang was brought to the operating theater where Qin Bei was. She was puzzled. Why is it my father? Where's Shi? Aren't I going to operate on Shi? Director Qin, your father is old, and his condition might be even more serious. Don't you want to operate on your father first? He Qingjin's personal secretary said politely, otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qin Yaoguang heard that this made sense and quickly said, then I'll treat my father first. You guys take Shuyi to the infirmary next door and wait. After I finish operating on my father, I'll go and operate on her immediately. He Qingjin's personal secretary didn't comment. He made a please gesture and closed the door of the operating theater. In another strangely decorated operating theater, Gu Nianji put on a full surgical gown, a surgical cap, a large mask, and dark glasses to cover her eyes. Because of the damage from infrasonic weapons, it wasn't difficult to recover from it. The simplest and most crude method was to put it in a vacuum environment and rely entirely on the human body's own healing ability to heal. This would have some sequelae, such as the function of some organs being damaged and not as good as before. After Gu Nianji reorganized the information she had downloaded, she chose a plan to repair first and then heal it. In other words, she would first use a CT scan to determine the damage to the body. If it needed to be repaired, it would be repaired first and then placed in a vacuum. The infrasonic injuries suffered by Wen Shui and He Zhichu were all neurological and did not involve their internal organs. In other words, there were no external injuries visible to the naked eye, so there was no need to use a scalpel to repair them. Gu Nianji then measured the damage caused by the infrasonic frequency to the nerves. Finally, she used the computer to control the gamma knife to repair the nerves. She had never controlled a gamma knife before, so she didn't know where it would land on the human body. However, she opened a back door for her computer and let Lu Jin hack in. Lu Jin directly controlled the gamma knife through her computer. She pretended to be focused on the surgery and hid it from the people monitoring the operating theater. In fact, the people monitoring the operating theater didn't see that Gu Nianji was only pretending. Lu Jin had actually performed the surgery, but to outsiders, it looked like Gu Nianji had performed a flawless gamma knife surgery. The surgery was soon completed, and when Shui was sent to the vacuum ward. She should be able to wake up after 6 hours. After the surgery, He Qingjian, who had been standing in front of the monitor watching Gu Nianji perform the surgery, was speechless. He said to his personal secretary in confusion, "Is there really a genius like Gu Nianji in this world? She's never studied medicine before, but she was able to perform this gamma knife surgery almost perfectly." He Qingjian's personal secretary was very open-minded. He smiled and said, "Chief, the gamma knife isn't a real scalpel. It's a ray controlled by a computer. Miss Gu's computer skills are very high, so it shouldn't be difficult for her to control the gamma knife well, right? Is that so?" He Qingjian looked at the surveillance video with emotion and muttered to himself, "Maybe she's a genius. After all, she's the daughter of a genius." This was the first time in 8 years that He Qingjian didn't call Gu Xiangwen a lunatic. This was today's second update, Chapter 1687, The Daughter of a Genius. Today was Monday. I forgot to ask for recommendation votes in the morning. Monday's recommendation votes were especially important. All the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1699. He Qingjian's personal secretary was keenly aware of this change, but he cleverly pretended not to hear anything. He also had a strong desire to survive. Gu Nianji walked out of the operating theater, took off her mask, and let out a long sigh. Although she wasn't the chief surgeon, she had been nervously watching Lu Jin's operation the entire time. It was no different from her performing the surgery herself. Her back was covered in sweat, her sideburns were also drenched in sweat, and a few strands of black hair were wet on her forehead. Hu Xiaoheng had been leaning against the wall next to the operating theater door, quietly waiting for her. When he saw her come out, he quickly went up to her with a soft, fluffy white towel and patiently wiped the tiny beads of sweat on her forehead and face. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and almost drowned in Hu Xiaoheng's rare gentleness. However, she only allowed herself a moment of weakness before pushing him away. She took the towel from him and wiped herself. She smiled at him. "Thank you, Mr. Peter." Hu Xiaoheng adjusted the laces on the back of her surgical gown and said calmly, "Are you tired? What do you want to eat? The He family's chef is ready." Gu Nianji, her eyes darkened, and she shook her head. She whispered, "I don't want to eat. I don't have an appetite. I want to sleep." Gu Nianji, who was wearing a large surgical gown, looked exceptionally weak and slender. Hu Xiaoheng almost couldn't resist hugging her tightly. At that moment, a person rushed over from the opposite side of the corridor and shouted at them, "Where's she? I still have to operate on she." Hu Xiaoheng suddenly retracted his hand and stood beside Gu Nianji, looking over with her. The person who ran over was actually Qin Yaguang. She also seemed to have just come down from an operation. She didn't even change out of her surgical gown before running over to operate on Wen Shui. Gu Nianji saw Qin Yaoguang's anxious expression and suddenly didn't feel tired at all. She played with the white towel in her hand and smiled. Director Qin, I'm sorry, but I've already finished operating on Wen Shui. You? Weren't you operating on Xie Qingying? Qin Yaoguang's pupils constricted. Why are you operating on Wen Shui? I did it much faster than you. Gu Nianji shrugged and said casually, after I finished the surgery for Xie Qingying, I saw that you were still busy, so I asked General He for permission. After getting his permission, I also operated on Wen Shui. I'm happy to tell you that the operation was very successful. Wen Shui's health was not damaged at all. She has been sent to the vacuum ward. Her fingers caressed Wen Shui's hair and blood samples in her pocket, and her heart bloomed with joy. She had left these behind when she was preparing for the surgery. If she had the chance, she would send them back to Lu Jin so that he could do a DNA test as soon as possible. What? This is impossible. Qin Yaoguang shouted, You mean, in the time it took me to perform one surgery, you performed two? Oh my God. What do you take them for? Is he your lab rat? Can such a hasty experiment be seen? Are you trying to kill me? There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Wen Shui is in the vacuum ward anyway. If you're worried, you can do the surgery again yourself. Gu Nianji's face darkened as well. Anyway, you're especially good at taking credit for other people's achievements. You can do the surgery I did again, and the credit will be yours. Do you think others don't know what you're planning? Qin Yaoguang was furious from Gu Nianji's words. She was also a proud person, and she was so agitated that her entire body trembled. She pointed at Gu Nianji and said with a trembling voice, Okay. I'll wait to see how badly you hurt Shui. When the time comes, I'll sue you until I die. Wen Shui signed a voluntary form. Dean Qin, wake up. Stop daydreaming in broad daylight. Gu Nianji said sarcastically, Besides, are you sure you want to sue me? Your own lawsuit hasn't been closed yet. You should worry about whether your father will be safe or not. Qin Yaoguang's chest heaved violently, and her expression changed. It took her a lot of effort to suppress her anger and said, I don't believe it. I want to see General He. I want to see Shui's condition. She had a feeling that Gu Nianji would take the opportunity to kill Wen Shui. He Qingjian saw this scene on the surveillance camera and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This Gu Nianji really knows how to cause trouble for me. Old Zhou, I'll go out first. You can go back after you've made the arrangements. He gave a few instructions to his personal secretary and went to Gu Nianji and Qin Yaoguang's side. Miss Gu's reaction is so fast. He Qingjian's personal secretary, Old Zhou, clicked his tongue and quickly arranged everything on his side. Xie Qingying was also sent to the vacuum ward and would only come out after 6 hours. The surveillance on her side was equivalent to a copy of the surveillance footage of Gu Nianji performing Wen Shui's surgery. However, the person on the hospital bed was Xie Qingying. All of this was being done on the surveillance terminal. Even if Lu Jin came close, he wouldn't be able to tell if it was real or fake. He Qingjian walked over with his orderly and frowned. This is the surgical area. Don't make any noise. Qin Yaoguang turned her head and saw that He Qingjian had arrived. Her eyes immediately turned red and she choked. General He, be fair. Gu Nianji really performed 2 surgeries. Is she really fine? He Qingjian glanced at her and said calmly, Yes, Nianji finished the surgery for Miss Xia and saw that there was still time, so she applied to me to perform the surgery for Wen Shui. I saw that she did a good job for Xie Qingying, so I agreed. You're only halfway through. Wouldn't it be better to perform the surgery for Wen Shui earlier? It's good, but she doesn't have any experience at all. How can she do it? Qin Yaoguang wouldn't believe that Gu Nianji had done it herself. This isn't a normal surgery. Isn't it just a gamma knife? Gu Nianji pursed her lips. With your computer skills, you can perform gamma knife surgery, let alone me. Qin Yaoguang, if I really use a scalpel, I'm indeed not as good as you, but gamma knife, what do you think? These words seemed to make sense, and Qin Yaoguang didn't know how to refute them. He Qingjian saw that she was in a daze and raised his chin towards the vacuum ward. Director Qin, I'll take you there to see Wen Shui. Her vital signs are all displayed. You'll know what's going on when you take a look for yourself. Okay, take me there quickly. Qin Yaoguang said anxiously. She didn't trust Gu Nianji's skills. He Qingjian took her to the vacuum ward. In the operating room, Qin Yaoguang's eyes widened as she looked at the various data displays on the dashboard. How is this possible? Is this true? She actually recovered so well. Qin Yaoguang muttered, her eyes flickering. The heartbeat, pulse, blood pressure, and breathing rate displayed on the instrument were almost exactly the same as a normal person's, except that the brain activity wasn't high enough. However, the brain activity was because Wen Shui had been given a sleep promotion injection. She was in a deep sleep, so the data was very normal. Overall, Wen Shui's vital signs after the surgery were much stronger than Qin Bei's. In other words, the surgery Gu Nianji had performed on Wen Shui was much more precise and perfect than the surgery Qin Yaoguang had performed on Qin Bei. This realization was like a heavy hammer that hammered into Qin Yaoguang's mind. She felt her brain buzz, as if a hornet's nest had just been poked, and a large swarm of hornets had run into her brain. The rampage made her both upset and have a splitting headache. He Qingjian glanced sideways at Qin Yaoguang and smiled. I don't understand these data either. Can Dean Qin explain it to me? How could he not understand? He was deliberately stabbing her in the heart with a knife, wasn't he? Qin Yaoguang rubbed her temples. Her face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. Dean Qin. I just heard you say that if anything happened to Shui, you would tell Nianji until she died, so you should explain these data. If it's really not good, I support you in suing her. He Qingjian continued, as if he was completely on her side. However, Qin Yaoguang knew how unfathomable He Qingjian was, therefore, the Qin family didn't dare to play any tricks in front of He Qingjian in the past. Every word he said had an ambiguous meaning. Qin Yaoguang pursed her lips and reluctantly admitted, fortunately, these data are still normal. Then did Gu Nianji use the surgery to harm Wen Shui? He Qingjian asked again, his voice even softer and slower. It seemed like He Qingjian had heard her shouting in the corridor just now. Qin Yaoguang was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. However, under He Qingjian's sparkling gaze, she could only continue to shake her head and say, no, she didn't. What about the surgery? The surgery was done very well. Even if I did it, I could only do so well, Qin Yaoguang said with emotion. She should have studied medicine. Her father and I are both geniuses in this field. She must be too. He Qingjian smiled. She is indeed a genius. She is the daughter of a genius. He then opened the door to the operating room. Let's go. This isn't a place to rest. You just finished the surgery. Have a good rest. Qin Yaoguang saw that He Qingjian still remembered to care about her, and a wave of passion rose in her heart. Maybe the situation wasn't that bad, right? As soon as she woke He Zhichu up, her case would definitely be closed. Maybe she could even return to He Qingjian's side. Qin Yaoguang smiled generously at He Qingjian and put on the airs of a scientist. She said reservedly, okay, I'll go rest. As soon as I wake up, I'll perform surgery on young Master He. I'm too tired now. The effect of the surgery right now won't be good. He Qingjian didn't comment. He turned around and walked out first. After Qin Yaoguang went out, she was taken to a room guarded by a special person to rest. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng returned to their suite in the He residence. He Jichu was asleep in the room next door to her. After Gu Nianji washed up, she took a glass of warm milk to the room next door to see He Jichu. He Jichu lay on the bed with his eyes closed like a sleeping beauty. His eyelashes were black and long, like 2 rows of crow wings. They also had the effect of eyeliner and mascara, covering his pair of shimmering almond-shaped eyes that were emotionless but also moving. His straight nose bridge was high and aloof, and his thin lips were slightly curled up. He seemed to be smiling, but also seemed to be mocking. Gu Nianji took a sip of milk and thought to herself, young Master He, sleep a little longer. Your princess will come and kiss you awake soon. He Qingjian didn't allow her to tell anyone about Xie Qingying wearing Qin Yaoguang's special surgical gown. It was obvious that he wanted He Jichu to owe Xie Qingying a big favor. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1688, Sleeping Beauty. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes, okay? It was 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1700. Gu Nianji looked down at He Jichu's bed and gently tucked him in. After leaving He Jichu's suite, Gu Nianji returned to her room and saw Hu Xiaoheng still sitting on the sofa in the living room, leisurely flipping through a magazine. Mr. Peter, do you really not have to go back to the embassy? Gu Nianji frowned at Hu Xiaoheng. She was actually very worried. Hu Xiaoheng had been here with her for 2 days. He had barely slept. For the past 2 nights, no matter when Gu Nianji woke up, she could see the warm light in the living room peeking out from the crack of the bedroom door. Although it felt good, they were in the He family's home, not somewhere else. Gu Nianji was very afraid of He Qingjian. This person really didn't play by the rules. It was hard to figure out what he was going to do next. He was very reasonable now, but who knew when he would go crazy again? He Qingjian always said that Gu Xiangguan was crazy, but Gu Nianji felt that He Qingjian was also crazy. Especially since he had power in his hands, and he was never afraid to use force, he was more lethal than Lu Jin. It could be said that he was not lacking in decisiveness to kill. If he saw any clues and set up another trap to take Hu Xiaoheng's life, Gu Nianji was sure that she wouldn't even have the chance to give him a chance to take the bullet. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at her and smiled slightly. He Qingjian didn't even chase me away, and Miss Gu wants to chase me away. The winter afternoon in the imperial capital was cool and dry. The afternoon sun shone through the curtains, illuminating his face as if it were glowing. He smiled silently in the afternoon sun, and there was a kind of beauty that could captivate all living things. Gu Nianji almost couldn't control herself. She quickly looked away and said, "Then do whatever you want. I need to sleep for a while. I can operate on young Master He in 6 hours." She scurried back to her bedroom like a little rabbit and slammed the bedroom door shut. With her back against the door, she opened her mouth and slowly exhaled and inhaled. She was afraid that Hu Xiaoheng would hear her if she breathed too loudly. She couldn't let him notice, not at all. Under He Qingjian's watch, it was better for the 2 of them to keep their skin tight. Gu Nianji lay back on the bed and counted sheep for a while before finally falling asleep. 6 hours later, Hu Xiaoheng knocked on the door and woke her up. "Lawyer Gu. When Shi is already awake, you can go and perform the surgery on young Master He." As long as He Jichu also woke up, Gu Nianji could go home. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and saw that the room was pitch black. Only a sliver of light shone through the crack of the door. It was the light of the living room. Gu Nianji lifted the blanket and got up. She raised her voice and said, "Get up, I have to eat dinner. Has Mr. Peter had his supper?" Hu Xiaoheng turned around to look at the dinner that had been delivered downstairs. "Dinner is here. There's your favorite san xian fried rice." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She walked over to open the bedroom door and poked her head out to look. "Who did this?" "He's a chef from the He family." Hu Xiaoheng put both hands in his trouser pockets and said matter-of-factly, "I told them that you wanted to eat fried rice and asked if they knew how to make san xian fried rice." Gu Nianji's gaze fell on a small wooden square table that was used as a makeshift dining table in the living room. There were 2 plates on the table. There was a small sweet white porcelain bowl on one of the plates, and the fried rice inside was already piled up into a sharp point. Green peas, red shrimps, and golden scrambled eggs could be seen. Gu Nianji immediately felt hungry. She casually tied up her hair and walked out of the bedroom. "Eat first, then go wash up." Hu Xiaoheng didn't stop her. He sat down on both sides of the dining table with her and said, "I also ordered a bowl of chicken and sea cucumber soup for you. It's nourishing and nourishing. It's all stewed. It's very tasty and easy to digest." Gu Nianji looked at the rice and soup, and her mood was as bright as peach blossoms. She smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Peter." She picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of san xian fried rice. She couldn't wait to put it into her mouth. As soon as she tasted it, she immediately knew that it wasn't the kind of san xian fried rice she had eaten before. The kind of san xian fried rice that Hu Xiaoheng, Song Jining, and Lu Yuan all knew how to make had a special taste. Although she couldn't say it, her taste buds had a memory, so she knew it wasn't it after tasting it. She was slightly disappointed, but she still ate the bowl of san xian fried rice in big mouthfuls and drank the chicken and sea cucumber soup before saying politely, "I'm going to wash up." "Thank you, Mr. Peter, for ordering for me." She went to the bathroom to wash up and sent Lu Jin a text message telling him that she would be operating on He Jichu in 15 minutes. After washing up, Hu Xiaoheng sent her to the operating theater. He Jichu was also sent over. Gu Nianji put on the same surgical gown and walked in. This time, He Qingjian was also there. He waited outside the operating theater with Hu Xiaoheng. The red light in the operating theater lit up, indicating surgery in progress. In the operating theater, Gu Nianji sat in front of the computer and quietly opened the back door again to let Lu Jin in. Lu Jin had already operated on Wen Shuyi once. This was the second time. He was operating on He Jichu, so his movements were faster and more skilled. After quickly completing the gamma knife surgery, Hu Xiaoheng also performed a physical examination on He Jichu and recorded his vital signs. "Not bad, there's no problem. I knew it." How could a disease cured by gene therapy have a relapse? Humph. Lu Jin muttered as he worked nervously in front of his computer. Lu Yuan was also in his studio and kept reminding him, "Focus on the surgery. If you have any complaints, send them after the surgery is over." I was just muttering a few words. How am I complaining? Lu Jin glared at him unhappily. Be quiet. I'm thinking about your daughter. If anything goes wrong here, your daughter won't be able to come back. Lu Yuan casually used his ultimate move. Lu Jin was dead. Lu Yuan had already discovered that as long as it had anything to do with Gu Nianji, Lu Jin could only obey unconditionally. Therefore, he was becoming more and more skilled at playing the Gu Nianji card. Lu Jin pursed his lips and stopped muttering. He focused all his attention on the surgery. After checking that there were no mistakes, he cut off the connection and left. Gu Nianji noticed as soon as he left. She knew that the surgery was over, so she quickly did a few finishing touches before turning off the gamma ray. She said to the monitor, "The surgery is over." The red light outside the operating theater suddenly went off. He Qingjian raised his head abruptly and looked at his watch. "It's 2 hours faster than the last time." Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "You'll get used to it the second time. Miss Gu is so amazing, so you'll definitely get more familiar with it each time. Practice makes perfect, so the time was shortened." Even so, He Qingjian still felt that Gu Nianji's performance was too heaven-defying. However, he didn't say anything. As long as Gu Nianji could wake He Zhichu up, other problems weren't a problem. Gu Nianji walked out of the operating theater. She was in much better spirits than when she had operated on Wenshi 6 hours ago. She smiled as she removed the mask on her face and said, "The surgery went smoothly. Young master, he will wake up in 3 hours in the vacuum ward." "Really?" He Qingjian was pleasantly surprised. "Nianji, thank you." He reached out and shook Gu Nianji's hand before pushing open the door of the operating theater and walking in. Gu Nianji smiled as she watched them escort He Zhichu out of the ward and towards the vacuum ward. He Zhichu had just been sent away when Qin Yaoguang arrived. She was wearing a surgical gown and was about to put on a mask in a hurry. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded at her. "Director Qin, there's no need to trouble yourself. I've already finished the surgery for young Master He. You can go back to the detention center." Qin Yaoguang's pupils constricted. Her hand, which was holding the mask, froze for a moment before she slowly lowered it. "What did you say? You actually operated on young Master He? Does General He know?" Qin Yaoguang didn't believe that He Qingjian would agree to let Gu Nianji, who hadn't even gone to medical school, operate on his precious son. She subconsciously thought that Gu Nianji had made the decision on her own, and that He Qingjian had been kept in the dark. Gu Nianji scoffed and shook her head. "Director Qin, do you think General He wouldn't agree that I could operate on young Master He? How well do you know General He? Have you really loved him for so many years, but you don't even know who he is? Or have you been blinded by love?" That was true. Qin Yaoguang's eyes flickered, and she sneered. "Fine, I'll wait here and see how General He deals with you. How dare you hurt his son? I think you're tired of living." "Same to you." Gu Nianji covered her mouth and yawned disapprovingly. She said lazily, "I'll say the same to you and the Qin family." "You're welcome." She didn't waste any more time with Qin Yaoguang. She followed Hu Xiaoheng back to her suite at the He residence. She looked at the time. It was already early in the morning. Today was New Year's Eve. In 3 hours, it would be dawn. He Zhichu would wake up in 3 hours. Gu Nianji would be able to leave the He family and go back to her own home for the new year. She quietly sent Lu Jin a text message, "I'll be home in 3 hours. I want to eat President Lu's cooking." Lu Jin was overjoyed when he saw the text message. He quickly pushed Lu Yuan and said, "Boss Lu, go buy groceries. Nianji will be back in 3 hours." Lu Yuan almost ignored his image and rolled his eyes. "Shareholder Lu, it's early in the morning. Where am I going to buy groceries?" As he spoke, he walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. "Today is New Year's Eve. I've already prepared everything. When Nianji comes back, I'll cook a big meal for her." Lu Jin was elated when he saw that Lu Yuan had quietly prepared everything for the new year. He smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Boss Lu is indeed the boss. You're so thoughtful." If he was sure that Gu Nianji would be back today, then Hu Xiaoheng would also be back. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the time and couldn't fall asleep. He decided to start preparing the New Year's Eve dinner in the kitchen. This new year would be the most meaningful year he had ever spent in this world. 3 hours later, the first rays of dawn appeared. The morning light that was like pieces of gold shone from the evergreen holly tree in front of the hospital building. It jumped happily, bounced up, and shone towards the glass windows of the building. The vacuum ward was still dark. He Ji-chu woke up from his deep sleep. He didn't know where he was. He only felt that he was so light that he was about to float. This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1689, Tighten the Skin. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes, okay? Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1701. However, in the next moment, just as he was about to move, a downward force pulled him back to reality. All his consciousness returned to his mind, and he Ji-chu completely woke up. When he opened his eyes, it was pitch black in front of him. He seemed to be wearing a mask on his face. Oxygen poured in from the mask, and his spirit gradually recovered. Just as he was slowly waking up, Xie Qingying, who had already changed out of her hospital gown, was talking to He Qingjian outside the vacuum ward. General He, I want to ask you something, Xie Qingying said softly. She was still wearing her tailored, custom-made Dior pale-colored cashmere dress. Her figure was delicate and her demeanor was graceful. He Qingjian admired Xie Qingying's bearing and said gently, "Don't make General He sound so distant. Your family and I are considered family friends. I deserve it if you call me Uncle He." Xie Qingying suddenly raised her head and looked at He Qingjian in surprise. She nodded heavily. "Uncle He." "Yes, tell me. What do you want?" He Qingjian obviously looked at Xie Qingying in a different light. Xie Qingying was such a smart person, so of course she could feel it. However, what she wanted was not a false reputation. What she wanted was He Ji-chu's sincerity. Xie Qingying looked around and her voice became softer. "Uncle He, I want you to do me a favor. Don't tell anyone about me, about the experiment and surgery." Her face was slightly red, but she was still very embarrassed. "Oh. Why?" He Qingjian asked with interest. He tilted his head to look at Xie Qingying's shy expression. "I don't want young Master He to feel burdened," Xie Qingying said frankly. "It's my own business that I'm willing to do the experiment. It has nothing to do with young Master He." "You mean, you don't want Ji-chu to be grateful to you for this?" He Qingjian said with a smile, the meaning in his eyes obscure. Xie Qingying blushed even more, but she still mustered up her courage and said, "Since Uncle He has said so, I won't hide it from you. I like young Master He very much, but I hope that the person he likes is from the bottom of his heart. I don't want our relationship to be too complicated because of other things." What she wanted was the purest love between a man and a woman. She didn't want gratitude and gratitude to be sandwiched between men and women. He Qingjian narrowed his eyes and smiled. He put the pipe in his mouth and took a puff. "That's not easy. All I can say is that I won't take the initiative to tell my son about this. But when you stood up and said that you wanted to do this experiment, it was in front of many people. I can't stop so many people from talking." Xie Qingying felt a little regretful when she recalled the situation at that time. She had been too impulsive at that time, saying it in front of so many people. She should have recommended herself to General He and Gu Nianji in private. That would have made it easier to hide the truth. Xie Qingying pondered for a while and said calmly, "Then forget it. Let's do what needs to be done. I won't deliberately distance myself from him just because he knows something." "That's right." He Qingjian patted her shoulder. "When it comes to feelings, you have to boldly pursue them. If you can't even stand other people's gazes, how can you talk about getting the sincerity of the person you like?" As the two of them spoke, He Qingjian noticed Gu Nianji and Peter walking over from the corner of his eye. He Qingjian glanced at them with a smile and said to Xie Qingying, "Look, Mr. Peter is even the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Union. He put down his pride and chased after our Nianji everywhere. He's not afraid of others gossiping about him." Gu Nianji was speechless when she heard this. Who would dare to gossip about the KGB? Even the freshly painted coffin lid wouldn't be able to hold it in. It would automatically open to fit a person in, right? However, she didn't say anything. She walked over with a smile and said to Xie Qingying, "Miss Xie, are you here to see young Master He too? Young Master He should be awake by now, right?" Xie Qingying nodded and smiled. "He should be awake. I just wanted to confirm it, and then I'll go back." Today was New Year's Eve. If He Jichu could wake up smoothly, the He family would also be able to celebrate the new year. Gu Nianji felt that with He Qingjian's nervous expression, if He Jichu still didn't wake up on New Year's Eve, he would probably announce that the entire country would cancel New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival. She was also thinking about the interests of millions of families. She thought about it with a bitter smile. The few of them exchanged pleasantries in front of the vacuum ward. Gradually, more and more people came to wait for He Jichu to wake up. Soon, the entire corridor was almost filled. Gu Nianji didn't want to squeeze with these people. Hua Xiaoheng tugged at her sleeve, and the two of them stood in a corner. Not long after, the red light in front of the ward finally went off. The vacuum in the operating theater was gradually lifted, and the people inside had to adapt to the normal environment. A few people in white surgical gowns walked in and helped He Jichu clean up before pushing him out in a wheelchair. The corridor was completely sealed, and the light from the white ceiling lamp was bright and dazzling. He Jichu's eyes hurt, and he subconsciously closed them. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was his father standing in front of him with concern. "Ah Chu, are you feeling better? Are you still feeling unwell?" He Qingjian asked nervously. "I'm fine." He Jichu smiled. "I made you worry." When he realized that something was wrong in old Master Qin's ward, his first choice was to send the news to his father. Because he knew that under those circumstances, only his father had the ability and conditions to save him. "It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine." He Qingjian's eyes were almost red. He quickly moved to the side to hide his emotions. As soon as he moved aside, He Jichu saw Xie Qingying. She was wearing a lotus-colored cashmere dress, which accentuated her figure and made her look refreshing and pleasant. He Jichu was a little surprised, but he still nodded at her. "Miss Xie. It's good that you're fine, young Master He." Xie Qingying looked at him with a smile. "Go back and have a good rest. We'll meet again after the new year." Okay, He Jichu said politely and restrained, but his gaze couldn't help scanning the crowd. He didn't say who he was looking for, but everyone seemed to know who he was looking for. One by one, they automatically moved aside, allowing He Jichu to see the person he was looking for. Gu Nianji. There were more people who came to see He Jichu, but most of them were He Jichu's subordinates, and some were He Qingjian's subordinates. They could be considered the father and son's direct troops. They would only be truly relieved if they knew that He Jichu was fine. When Gu Nianji saw that so many people had come, she had already stood in the corner with Hua Xiaoheng. She only wanted to confirm that He Jichu was really fine so that she could go home. However, He Jichu was staring at her so intently, so she couldn't hide anymore. She walked out from behind the crowd with a smile and said playfully to He Jichu, "Young Master He, are you really fine? Why are you still in a wheelchair?" He Jichu couldn't help smiling when he saw her smile. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes flickered, and he hid all his emotions in his heart. He held the handle of the wheelchair, propped himself up with his feet, and slowly stood up. "That's great. Young master, he is really fine. Ha 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 ha. I told you that young master, he is lucky. He'll be fine. The surrounding soldiers burst into laughter and applauded at the same time. He Ji-chu was a little excited when he saw how enthusiastic everyone was. He waved at the crowd and said with a smile, I've made everyone worry. Today is New Year's Eve. If everyone isn't going back for the new year, are you going to my house for New Year's Eve dinner? Ha! Is that really okay? Some of the soldiers and officers who didn't go home for the new year were immediately excited. Is young master he going to treat us to New Year's Eve dinner? He Ji-chu looked at He Qingjian. His meaning was obvious. Facing He Ji-chu, who had woken up again, He Qingjian would immediately do it for him if He Ji-chu wanted to go to the moon, let alone treat these soldiers and officers to a New Year's Eve dinner. He waved his hand. No problem. Go to my house for New Year's Eve dinner. Come, old Joe, take them over first. As for the others, they'd better go home for New Year's Eve dinner. Have an early holiday today. The corridor was instantly filled with a joyous festive atmosphere. The people who had come to visit He Ji-chu earlier left in waves. Soon, only He Qingjian's orderlies, Gu Nianji, and the others were left. He Ji-chu had grabbed Gu Nianji's hand at some point and asked with a faint smile, What about you? Do you want to go to my house for New Year's Eve dinner too? Of course, Gu Nianji didn't want to. She was thinking about how to reject him without a trace when she heard footsteps behind her and a high-pitched voice. Young master He. Are you okay? Do you want me to check you again? It was Qin Yaoguang's voice. He Ji-chu suddenly looked up, and his expression changed. The cold light in his eyes swept over like an ice arrow. Qin Yaoguang was so frightened by He Ji-chu's gaze that she staggered and almost fell. Wen Shui, who was still wearing a hospital gown, quickly held her up. Auntie Qin. Be careful. He Ji-chu pointed at Qin Yaoguang and said coldly to He Qingjian, My accident this time has a lot to do with them. How can you let them move freely? He Qingjian said calmly, There are people watching them at all times. How can you say they're moving freely? Qin Yaoguang's heart trembled, and she subconsciously looked around. How could she not know that someone was watching her all the time? Where were these people hiding? Wen Shui lowered her eyes and gently pinched Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang understood and turned her head to look at He Ji-chu again. Her gaze gradually moved down from He Ji-chu's face and saw He Ji-chu holding Gu Nianji's hand. Wen Shui also noticed. Her gaze lingered on their hands for a while, then she looked up and said with a smile, Young master He, you're awake. This time, you have to thank Miss Xia. She volunteered to stay in the ward where the infrasonic weapon was attacked for 24 hours. That was how she obtained the precious data on treating infrasonic injuries and saved you, young master He. She didn't mention a word that Gu Nianji was the main surgeon, nor did she mention herself. She vaguely put all the credit on Xia Qingying. He Qingjian remained silent and only glanced at Xia Qingying, as if to say, Look, if I don't say it, someone will naturally say it. Xia Qingying never expected that the person who blew up the matter would be Wen Shui. He Ji-chu was also stunned. What infrasonic weapon? What does it have to do with Qingying? You still don't know. Qin Yaoguang said with a straight face, It seems that some people are taking all the credit for themselves. Actually, it's not just Miss Xia, but also Shui. She and Miss Xia were attacked by infrasonic weapons in the simulation ward for 24 hours. Young Master He's surgery was so successful when the two data were combined. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1690, Kick Up. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes, okay? At 8 p.m., the second update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1702. He Jichu had no idea what Qin Yaoguang was talking about. His brows furrowed imperceptibly, and his face regained its indifference. He said coldly to Qin Yaoguang, "I haven't seen you for a few days, and Dean Qin is also mentally ill. Is he trying to use mental illness to get away with it? What infrasonic weapon? What simulated ward? Have you changed careers to writing novels?" Qin Yaoguang was excited. When she heard He Jichu's words, she couldn't breathe and almost vomited blood. "Who's mentally ill? Young Master He, how can you slander me?" Qin Yaoguang said unhappily and continued to look He Jichu up and down. His face was rosy and natural, and his eyes were calm and cold. His tall body stood beside Gu Nianji, making the tall Gu Nianji look slim and petite. He had recovered too well. Qin Yaoguang's eyes flickered. Gu Nianji didn't say a word and looked at Qin Yaoguang quietly. The familiar expression made Qin Yaoguang's heart skip a beat. Her gaze involuntarily swept between Gu Nianji and He Jichu, and her vision gradually blurred. It was as if she had seen the couple from decades ago standing in the middle of the crowd and receiving everyone's blessings, but she could only hide in the crowd and watch them. Qin Yaoguang's mind felt dizzy. She quickly clenched her fists and pinched her nails into her palms to calm herself down. When she suddenly realized something. Could it be that Gu Nianji hadn't said anything? What a saintly white lotus flower that didn't expect anything in return. Looking at the awkward Xie Qingyin, when she curled her lips and said softly, "Auntie Qin, don't be anxious." Miss Gu didn't say anything. It's good that she knows her limits. Miss Xie risked her life for young Master He's injury. She's much better than some people who only know how to talk. He Jichu looked at his father, He Qingjian, and asked in confusion, "Dad, what infrasonic weapon? And what's with the simulated ward?" He Qingjian's gaze swept past Gu Nianji and finally landed on Xie Qingying's face. He said kindly to He Jichu, "It's a long story. Let's go back first and talk about it after New Year's dinner." "No." He Jichu objected flatly. "What can't be said in 3 sentences? Please tell me now." He Qingjian thought for a moment and said, "It's like this. You suddenly fainted in the ward of the Qin family's private hospital. After our investigation, we found out that you were ambushed with an infrasonic weapon there." He Jichu finally understood why he had suddenly fainted. Infrasonic weapons. This kind of thing isn't a small device. I'm sure I didn't see it in the ward. He Jichu looked at Qin Yaoguang thoughtfully. Could it be in the secret room? That was the only explanation. Infrasound weapons were sonic weapons. They were not afraid of bricks and could be transmitted through walls. Therefore, even if it was placed in a sealed chamber, it would not affect its effectiveness. He Qingjian nodded slowly. "It's the secret room. We found the secret room first before we found the infrasonic weapon. But infrasonic weapons attack indiscriminately. Did Dean Qin get hit as well? What about old Master Qin? He was also in the ward at that time." He Jichu quickly recalled the situation at that time, and his gaze locked onto Qin Yaoguang. He Qingjian chuckled. "Dean Qin and old Master Qin are fine. They weren't affected." He didn't mention a word about old Master Qin's oxygen mask and Qin Yaoguang's special surgical gown, so Qin Yaoguang didn't know that the plan had been exposed. In fact, she only found out about the plan when she was guiding old Master Qin's surgery. When she heard about it, she was shocked and praised it greatly. They didn't think that anyone in the world could see through the mystery of this trap. Therefore, even if someone found out that there were secret rooms on both sides of the ward, even if the infrasonic weapon was found, they planned to insist that they didn't know about it beforehand. He Jichu looked at He Qingjian's sly expression and forced a smile. He could tell that He Qingjian was hiding a lot of things. It was probably because it wasn't appropriate to go into too much detail under such circumstances. He Ji-chu didn't continue asking about this topic. Instead, he changed the topic to ask about Xie Qingying. Then why did you say that Qingying was attacked by infrasonic weapons for 24 hours? Isn't that simple? Qin Yaoguang crossed her arms and pouted at Xie Qingying. Because in order to save young Master He, we have to test the treatment method first. We need someone to go to the simulation ward and receive the same infrasonic weapon attack. For a whole 24 hours, Xie Qingying and our Shi stayed in that simulation ward and suffered a lot. Qin Yaoguang held Wen Shi's hand with a pained expression. Wen Shi smiled gently and said, "I'm fine. It's what I should do." But Miss Xie is an outsider, yet she took the initiative to stand up and endure the infrasonic weapon attack. That's the most amazing thing. He Ji-chu finally understood. It was probably because his father had tested the treatment method on live people in order to confirm that it was effective. It was like this again. In order to save his life, he had to use other people's lives as an experiment. He Ji-chu felt a complicated sense of powerlessness in his heart. However, he very slowly let go of Gu Nianji's hand and quietly put his hands into the pockets of his hospital gown. As soon as He Ji-chu let go of Gu Nianji's hand, Hu Xiaoheng, who had been watching coldly from the side, quickly walked up and put his arm around Gu Nianji's shoulder. He looked up at He Qingjian and said coldly, "General He, since young Master He has woken up, can we go back now?" Gu Nianji also wanted to leave this place. It was almost the new year, and she didn't want Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi to ruin her New Year's mood. "General He, young Master He is safe and sound. I have to go back too," Gu Nianji said with a smile. "It's already New Year's Eve today, but are you going to leave after the New Year?" He Qingjian greeted her gently. "It'll be very lively at home today." "No need." Hu Xiaoheng answered on behalf of Gu Nianji. He glanced at Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi contemptuously and said, "Since you can keep these two for the new year, we won't join in the fun. It'll make my stomach turn." With that, he held Gu Nianji's hand and strode towards the elevator. Gu Nianji was overjoyed when she heard that. She wanted nothing more than to jump up and hug Hu Xiaoheng's neck and kiss him on the cheek to show her joy. Qin Yaoguang looked coldly at the backs of the two of them as they left and sneered. It wasn't that He Qingjian didn't have feelings for her. She could feel it. After so many years of bitter love, he finally had her in his heart. He Ji-chu felt lost, but he tried his best to control himself and not look in the direction Gu Nianji had left in. He nodded at Xie Qingying. "Thank you, Qingying. You were also attacked by infrasound. How is your body? Is your health affected? I'll find a doctor and go to your house every day to check on you." He Ji-chu said with great concern, trying his best to focus his attention on Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying felt the change in He Ji-chu's attitude, and her heart warmed. Although her body was still a little uncomfortable, especially her head was a little dizzy and she always wanted to sleep, with He Ji-chu's words, she was willing to be attacked by infrasound weapons for another 24 hours. She smiled and shook her head. She said casually, "I'm fine. I'm recovering very well." After a pause, she added, "Young Master He, I decided this myself. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much about it." He Ji-chu understood what Xie Qingying meant. The two of them had known each other since they were young, so He Ji-chu knew Xie Qingying's personality and temper. People like them didn't lack anything, so their requirements for feelings were purer. She didn't want his feelings to be mixed with other things. He Ji-chu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed with understanding. "Yes, I know." Xie Qingying's eyes lit up. He Ji-chu understood what she meant. Although the two of them didn't say it explicitly, this feeling of understanding each other should be very close to having a mutual understanding. Xie Qingying was suddenly full of confidence in her feelings. She smiled and said, "Actually, I didn't do anything. I just stayed in a ward for 24 hours. Miss Gu was the one who really contributed. She was the one who suggested the treatment and personally performed the surgery on me and you. It turns out that she did a very good job." Xie Qingying glanced at Qin Yaoguang and continued, "Actually, Miss Gu didn't take credit for other people's work." Qin Yaoguang didn't expect Gu Nianji to not say anything. She was embarrassed and angry. She clutched her chest and held Wen Shiyi's hand tightly, almost turning her wrist purple. When Shiyi saw that Xie Qingying was actually speaking up for Gu Nianji, and the corners of her lips curled up mockingly. She thought to herself that she was pretending to be generous now, but she would make you cry in the future. He Zhichu was shocked. It's really Nianji who's the main surgeon. She's never studied medicine, so how can she perform surgery? That's right. Not only has she never studied medicine, but she's also practicing medicine without a license. Qin Yaoguang finally found the right angle to diss Gu Nianji, and she quickly became arrogant again. He Qingjin's personal secretary, old Zhou, couldn't stand Qin Yaoguang's behavior, and he didn't want her to return to the He family. He chuckled and said, "Young Master He, it's actually not that exaggerated. It's a gamma knife surgery. You know, the gamma knife is operated by a computer, so it's different from normal surgery. Miss Gu's computer skills seem to be quite good. I saw her operate it on the computer with my own eyes." He Zhichu thought about it carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his eyes, and his long, thick black eyelashes covered the deep recesses of his eyes. "That's good. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't even thank her personally." "She might not want your gratitude." He Qingjin's brows darkened as he said calmly. It wasn't like he didn't see Gu Nianji's fleeing footsteps. She could leave because he was willing to let her go. Otherwise, even if 10 Peters were here, they wouldn't be able to take her away. This is the second watch of the day, chapter 1691, Willing to Let Her Go. Please vote for the recommendation, okay? Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.